I always have to wait a minute. Okay, it says we're live. Let me just get the confirmation over on chat. Everybody here, welcome. If you can hear me, let me know that you can hear me so we can start. I'm seeing myself, so I think we're good. Let's go. Wonderful. Okay, hello, my gentle and of course very modern apes, to my channel. If you've not been here before, welcome. If you have, you'll know already what we're doing here today. This is a continuation of a series that my guest here, Will Duffy of the Final Experiment fame, and I have been doing for about 2 months and will continue until the end, until we are finished. We are essentially going through evolutionary theory. Will is a young Earth creationist who was a part of the big flat Earth experiment, the expedition down to Antarctica. And over the course of that experience, he received some feedback from his audience that, you know, evolutionary theory is this very rock solid idea in science. And Will was like, well, I don't know enough about evolutionary theory to really pass judgment on it yet. So he agreed to learn it from me, which I am beyond grateful for. I find this, I've always enjoyed teaching this subject, but getting to do it here with Will one-on-one is just like, it's like the dream of somebody who teaches a subject, to get to sit down and have the conversation one-on-one. So the way that this works, for those of you who haven't been here before, is we're going to recap what we talked about last time. We're going to hear from Will. He's got a small presentation where he's going to talk a little bit about what he agreed with last time, what he disagreed with last time, maybe some things he's discovered investigating some of the things that I've said since then. And then we'll launch into the lecture for today, which concerns natural selection. During that time period, any of you guys can super chat into the show. Will and I have been discussing behind the scenes, because I haven't doled out the super chat money to him or to myself yet. And so we've kind of been thinking that it might be cool to donate the super chat money, since this is an academic endeavor anyways, to some viable, wonderful causes. And so I thought maybe we're still deciding which charities or nonprofits we're going to donate to. Likely we'll each pick one and sort of go from there, mutually amenable charities, but we're hoping to find that and have that set for next time. And everything that this series has earned so far with regard to those super chats will go to those charities. So we'll keep you in the loop on that one, because we're still going back and forth. Another bit of housekeeping that I want to let you guys know about is that I've changed the schedule a little bit for our syllabus moving forward. Originally, after today, what we were going to do is we were going to talk about examples of macro and microevolution sort of through the fossil record. But as I was structuring this lecture today on the other mechanisms of evolutions, like natural selection, genetic drift, and things of that nature, I thought it'd probably be better to just go ahead and knock out Age of the Earth. So we are going to be doing the Age of the Earth, basic geology, basic paleontology, with a handful of case studies on some fossil lineages that I think are really important for evolutionary theory. So we're going to do that next time. That's going to be our sort of February lecture. Outside of that, I don't think I have anything more. So, Will, would you like to tell us a little bit of maybe about yourself, what I missed, and then we'll jump into your thoughts on last time's lecture, and then we'll get into this time's lecture.
Yeah, definitely. So, as you mentioned, I was the creator of the Final Experiment, which was a lot of fun. We took flat earthers to Antarctica and showed them that we live on a globe. I do want to say I really look forward to our chats and our discussions, but I'm glad that there's time in between. It gives me time to do my homework, do research, and I'm learning a ton. So it's been a blast. My family's learning a lot. They're probably a little bit tired of me just talking about evolution all the time, but that's okay. I'm dedicated here. I'm committed to doing this for a year, which is a long period of time. I actually discovered Sean B. Carroll. Does that name ring a bell?
Yeah, I actually read quite a few of Sean's books before last time's lecture. So I'm no doubt you stumbled across his work while you were looking into some of it.
Yeah, and I really like him.
Yeah, he's
so
cool.
He's great. He's easy to understand. He explains things well. So yeah, I'm learning a ton, and I'm excited to give you my thoughts on mutations and then learn about natural selection.
Awesome. Sick. Yeah, I your family is experiencing what my family experiences also 24/7, which is I never shut up about evolution and the things that I think are cool. I was talking to my mom. She was my guinea pig this morning for today's lecture. And those of you who might recognize this background. I'm not where I normally am. I'm still visiting my parents for the holidays. My husband and I are here with our 3 dogs. I was telling Will that's been a real blast to deal with over the course of Christmas and New Year's, because our dogs don't all get along. So that's been really fun to manage. But my mom was like, she's like, I love this series. This is really fun, because I have a lot of relatives who come sort of partially from your perspective, Will, and many who come from my perspective. So it's been fun for all of them to sort of watch this progress. And I certainly hope it will continue to be enjoyable for everybody involved, your family included. So take it away. I'm going to give your screen share here to tell us a little bit about your thoughts on last time, and then we'll go from there.
Yeah. So I was trying to figure out what picture to put. And I was like, the last time I put a picture that I took, I might as well put another picture I took. So I just took this picture recently in the Western Atlantic. This is a honeycomb cowfish. I'm really excited about this picture because these fish are traditionally very skittish, and I can't ever really get close to them to kind of see their intricate details. So I was able to get close, which is pretty cool. All right, let's dive in. So in our last conversation, Erica, you said that mutations are the engine of evolution. And you said you can tell me if you're impressed by some of the mutations that we talk about today. So the first obvious question is, was I impressed with the mutations presented? Yes and no. So that's just the total honest opinion of where I'm at, and I'll explain why as we go on here. So we covered quite a bit of beneficial mutations, which was great. Lactose tolerance, HIV resistance, heart disease resistance, sickle cell anemia, toxin resistance, faster reproduction, long fur, stronger bones, oxygen efficiency, less sleep needed, coat color, leaf digestion, tricolor vision, antifreeze blood, and then Hox genes. So most of this was new to me, which was great. I was expecting to hear kind of the same old that I had heard, but that's not what I got. All right. I want to talk about 3 of these before kind of giving my overall thoughts on all of them. The first one is sickle cell anemia. Now, it turns out people with sickle cell anemia can and do get malaria. So I did not know this. And sickle cell anemia gives little to no survival advantage against malaria. Again, I did not know this. So Erica, when you mentioned what you did in our last session, I agreed with you. And so when I dug into it a little further and realized it wasn't the case, that was news to me as well. And then the being a carrier, so just the sickle cell trait, that actually increases the chances that sickle cell anemia proliferates. So my overall kind of thoughts on sickle cell anemia is I don't know if this is something that evolution should claim is a beneficial mutation. The more I dug into it, the more it seemed like you want to avoid this at all costs, whether you're a carrier or you actually have sickle cell anemia. Next was heart disease resistance. Now, this one I was really excited about. People probably don't know this about me, but I'm a bit of a health nut. If I tell people what I do for my health, they usually don't believe me because it's so extreme. So anyway, this one immediately got me excited. But to my sadness, I discovered only about 40 people in the world have this mutation, and they all reside in a small town in Italy. The entire town has a population of less than 1,200 people. So obviously this isn't going to get passed on to me. But the third thing I thought about when I was looking into this is I don't see any fitness benefit here because reproduction happens early in life, but heart issues happen later. I don't know if that's significant, but I thought I would put that down there just so people can kind of understand what I'm thinking. And then the last one is the antifreeze proteins in the blood of fish. Now, this one is super cool, and it's my favorite out of all of the ones presented. But I can't find any reason or rationale for this to be declared as the result of a random mutation. So what I mean by that is I'm into philosophy. And in philosophy, there's something known as the begging the question fallacy. It's not a good name because 9 times out of 10, when people say something begs the question, they're not referring to the fallacy or what it means. But essentially, it's when you assume your conclusion with your argument. And so I feel like what I was reading and videos I was watching were kind of doing this. They were saying, hey, these antifreeze proteins in the blood of these fish are evidence of evolution. And they're evidence of evolution because they were a result of random mutation. So there's an assumption there that this random mutation was happening, but I don't believe it's been observed. So to me, it could have been a random mutation, but I also feel like it could have been design. And then my next point is the fact that this has been observed in unrelated fish in the Arctic and Antarctic. That screams design to me. Now, something I've become acutely aware of is that when you hold a position, you kind of see things through that lens. And so I think it's important to try to go on the other side and look at things through the other people's points of view. And so I can see how someone who holds to evolution would look at this and just be like, oh yeah, that's convergent evolution. But a creationist such as myself is going to look at this and say, well, that's a design, and it's a common design from a designer. All right. So my conclusion, after looking at and contemplating all of the mutations presented, and I was looking at them as a whole, which you could see when I put them all in kind of one piece of paper here in this presentation, I'm struggling to see how any of these mutations, now excluding Hox genes, which we'll get to in a second, would ever be part of a chain of changes that would lead to a body plan change. A creationist such as myself cannot comprehend how something that swims eventually becomes something that walks, or something that walks eventually becomes something that flies, or from legs to limbless, and so on. So that's kind of my conclusion of all of them as a whole. So for example, how will lactose tolerance and the ability to digest milk ever lead to any significant change in the human body? I don't think it will. How will stronger bones, oxygen efficiency, or needing less sleep ever lead to any significant change in our body plan? How will antifreeze proteins in fish blood ever lead to limbs? And how will toxin resistance, tricolor vision, or leaf digestion ever lead to any significant change in an animal's body? Now, that brings us to Hox genes. Hox genes definitely seem capable of body plan changes. I was not aware of these prior to our last discussion, so very glad I know about them now. After looking into them, I don't see the connection between Hox genes and mutations, because it appears that random mutations observed in Hox genes seem to be exclusively deleterious and not beneficial. So for example, antennapedia mutation in fruit flies resulted in legs instead of antennae. Ultrabithorax mutation in fruit flies led to 4 wings. That might sound cool, but they really couldn't fly. The Hox A13 mutation in humans causes hand-foot genital syndrome, and the Hox D13 mutation in humans causes synpolydactyly, which is fused fingers and toes with extra digits. So I couldn't find any observed mutations in Hox genes that were beneficial. I know there's a lot of active lab-induced things happening. CRISPR is something that's new to me, but it sounds very fascinating. But that's all kind of hypothetical versus what's actually we've seen happen. Lastly, there's junk DNA, which we talked about. I was mistaken on this issue. So on the issue of junk DNA, I thought it was outdated, obsolete, and another failed evolutionary prediction. But as it turns out, the jury is still out on this one, at least in my opinion. I did go on with Dr. Dan on the Creation Myths channel. Erica, thanks for setting that up. We had a really good conversation about junk DNA with an expert, Dr. Dan. So that was very helpful and helped me understand better where things stand on this issue today. I looked into the mice deletions that we talked about last time, as that part of the conversation was like a complete shock to me. And I misunderstood, it's totally my fault, what was being stated. As it turns out, less than 0.1% of the mice genome was deleted. So I'm less shocked now that such a minor portion of the whole was deleted and didn't have a visible effect. There's a lot that we don't understand, obviously, about the genome. I do love animals, and it's fascinating to me how there are so many things in the animal kingdom where they don't have to be taught it and they can do it. So some good examples are there are birds who know how to fly to a specific geographic location that's thousands of miles away without any teaching or education. Turtles know how to get to the ocean and which direction the ocean is, and then how to swim without being taught it. And as far as I can tell, that information must be stored in the genome. And so looking at mice in a lab, they're not going to be utilizing what they know to do from their genome in the wild. And so I would have to see something significantly bigger as a percentage being deleted and having no effect for this to be a little bit of a stronger argument for me. And then I will say this, I will admit, if the vast majority of our genome turns out to be junk, I do think this is compelling evidence for evolution. I do also like to make predictions publicly. That way people can hold me accountable if I'm wrong. So I'm going to predict that a vast majority will be found to have important function. And then finally, I'm curious if sections of our genome only become biochemically active at certain times of life. This came to me on a flight that I was on, thinking about this issue. And so I'm curious if certain sections of our genome are only biochemically active, maybe in utero, maybe when you are going through puberty, maybe when you are pregnant or going through menopause. There's all these interesting times of life where our body does different things. And I'm just curious if we look at something and say, oh, it's not biochemically active, therefore it's not functional, that maybe it is, we're just looking at it at the wrong time. So that's my thoughts on last session.
Awesome. Thank you. Okay. So I have a couple of notes here, and I also scrambled over here to throw a couple of pictures onto the PowerPoint that we're going to be talking about like before the lecture today to sort of get my point across, because I think there's a little bit of an issue with a couple of things you said specifically with relation to the ice fish stuff. First, let's start with the beautiful, wonderful honeycomb cowfish picture, which I thought was gorgeous. But moving on to the sickle cell anemia stuff, did you happen to get the email that I sent back to you after when we were talking about this beforehand?
I did. Yes, thank you.
Okay, one of the citations that I provided in that talks about how the advantage that people with sickle cell anemia have is for like the infection of malaria actually taking hold within them, right? So anybody can be infected with malaria, whether they have sickle cell anemia or not, or whether they're a carrier. The advantage that people who have this gene have over those who don't is that the malaria parasite can't actually get a foothold inside your red blood cells and proliferate enough to start causing damage, right? Because those little banana red blood cell shapes can't as easily be infected as the nice intertube round red blood cell stuff. Now, that being said, the banana-shaped sickle cells can be infected. This was from my experience, from my searching after our conversation, because you caused me to look deeper into it as well, because I'm not a geneticist. This isn't my background. But what I was able to find is that the banana-shaped sickle cells can be infected with the malaria parasite. It's just very difficult for it to happen. So people who have sickle cell anemia, it's not as easy for the malaria to take hold. But if it does take hold in the people who have sickle cell anemia, it's actually worse than it is for people who don't have sickle cell anemia at all, because they essentially go into a sickle cell crisis. Their spleen can't filter out the sickle cell red blood cells as easily, and they die easier. But the carriers can simultaneously filter through those the sickle cells through their spleen, get rid of the parasite, and in addition, they have the edge with regard to getting infected with it in the first place. So both my understanding of it, and you can double check me after this, but after our conversation back and forth via email, my understanding is that they do have resistance to malaria, even though they have sickle cell anemia. It's just if you can get over that initial hump as the parasite and get a hold inside that individual, then it's a really bad deal. So the reason why this is an example of a beneficial mutation, this is actually an example of like heterozygous like advantage, the heterozygote advantage, which is like classic population genetics, is because if you're a carrier for it, that's a huge boon, right? Like unequivocally, if you're a carrier for it and you don't have sickle cell anemia and you can't get malaria, you're just going to survive better than the other individuals who are in your population. So you're going to pass that gene on to your offspring. But then, as we saw last time, if you mate with somebody who also is a carrier for sickle cell anemia, it's just basic math. So that's why this gene sticks around, because it's so good in its singular form, but you can't help it. The people who survive are going to eventually mate, and then you've got a 1 in 4 chance of having sickle cell anemia or not having the benefit at all. So we'll get a little bit more into how this works through the population, because I think that's kind of a critical point that's kind of missing here, is like, how do these genes actually move to fixation, like in a population? Because it's one thing to have a mutation, but you presented a really, really good question last time we spoke. And I listened to this while I was preparing for our next talk, when you specifically said, okay, like let's say we have 1 million individuals and there's a mutation in one. How does that come to dominate? I mean, 1 million is a lot. So we're going to talk about that a little bit later. Next, you talked about the heart disease mutation. True, that's totally true. It's in very few people. But what if we transported 1 million years down the line, right? I mean, that is a hugely beneficial allele. That's a hugely beneficial gene. I could see if, and you know, part of the problem is that, I say problem, part of the good thing is that we have modern medicine. So having heart disease it's not a death sentence anymore, right? But if you took that individual and they had that mutation, let's say 5,000 years ago, that mutation is going to move to fixation a lot faster, because the people who do have heart disease, which can impair people younger in life, even before they start to reproduce, aren't going to have as many offspring as a result. And it's going to sort of create that differential reproductive success. You made a good point just now when you said, though, that why would that be selected for if heart disease isn't something that impacts you till later in life? I can appreciate that. But humans do something that's really, it's not unique, but it's rare in the animal kingdom, which is that older people help take care of younger people. Grandparents, we have grandparents who aid in child rearing. In every tribe, in every people group, since the dawn of time, grandparents have aided in raising their offspring. And what's really cool is that grandparents and their role in interacting with their grandkids can predict success in non-human species. So in orcas, grandparents, like orca grandsons who have a grandmother who's still in the pod, survive and reproduce at a higher rate than those who don't, because the female's rank can help determine the amount of resources that he gets. So having a grandparent who survives without heart disease actually can impact incidentally, in sort of a roundabout way, the fitness and thriving of their grandkids. The thing you said after that was the ice fish one. And I almost put something in about that when we were talking about it the first time, because this was not an observed mutation. The mutation in these ice fish didn't happen in the past 200 years, right? So since humans have been observing it, this mutation happened thousands, if not millions of years ago. So the question is, how do we know that this was a mutation instead of, as you said, design? And what I'm going to do really fast here is I'm going to share my screen. To show you what I think is kind of the issue here, sort of from, not necessarily from the creationist perspective, but is a challenge if you as a creationist want to sort of take that perspective. So can you see this little family here on your screen?
Yeah.
So from an evolutionary perspective, right, we would say that this is a family tree of, let's say, all fish in general. All fish are on this family tree. And your ice fish may be, at this node over here, indicated by my cursor. The thing is that from an evolutionary perspective, this would be the common ancestry phylogeny, where everything in green is in actuality related to one another. Creationists that I see usually propose something that looks a little bit like this, where each of these green subtrees are real family trees. These are your created kind. So God would do a creation event indicated by my cursor here, and then indicated by my cursor here, and then here, and then here. And everything that occurs downstream of that creation event is a real family tree. It would be something that me and a creationist would agree on. The question is, are these trees then joined to one another? So the thing about these ice fish is that they have closely related groups who share more with one another, like genetically speaking, in some cases, than like like lions and tigers do, right? They're really, really similar genetically. And if you as an individual were to look at them, you would say, yeah, these two fish are part of the same created kind. But one of those fish has the ice fish mutation, that antifreeze mutation, and the other does not. What that means is that that mutation happens somewhere downstream of the creation event, if you believe that those two fish are in fact related. Do you see what I'm saying there? So if those fish are related, and I would suspect that we would agree that they are, I don't know that for sure, and we're going to talk about that, like the problems that I see there when we talk about nested hierarchies later in this series. But if we agree with that those fish are related, we necessarily agree that that mutation is something that happened since creation, which would mean it is a mutation rather than designed. Alternatively, you could say that it's not that it's a mutation that's random, but it's a mutation that God sort of triggered. You could theoretically say that, like a guided mutation, but then you could say that about all of evolution. You could argue that all of evolution is God sort of pointing out little spots here and there. So what I'm trying to say is if you want to say that there's an issue with supposing that that mutation is in fact a random mutation, my counter to that is, okay, well, if it isn't, then we're saying that these two fish groups, and I'll pull up a picture of them when we talk about this next time, like I'll remember to show you what they look like.
Okay.
That those aren't actually related. They would have to be separately created groups. Do you see what I'm trying to get at there?
I do. I'm not familiar with those, but I will look at them for sure.
Perfect. Let me see if you said anything else that I want to talk about here. Oh, major body plan change. I love that you talked about that, and I love that you talked about Hox genes. Some of the body plan changes that we talked about in the previous episode are the result of Hox genes and are actual evolutionary steps that are proposed to have occurred. Now, they were done in the lab, to be fair. Like, agreed, they're done in the lab. Well, Ultrabithorax was not, but the Antennapedia one to give a spider with 8 legs, 10 legs, done in a lab. Same thing with making the human pelvis look more chimp-like, or the chimp pelvis rather more human-like, the non-human primate pelvis more human-like. That's something that's induced in a lab. But at that point, we've agreed that these kinds of mutations can happen, that can cause really major change. We've shown the step that needs to happen. And we've shown, and we'll get to this when we talk about human evolution, that we have fossils that bridge that gap, like in the right place, in the right time in the fossil record, according to evolution. So at that point, I would propose that science has more than met the burden of proof with that. If you can make the prediction, show how it happens genetically, and then show that transitional species in the fossil record, short of building a time machine, you can't do better than that. You know what I mean? Like, unless you just want to propose that we need to literally watch the evolution of animals that have a lifespan of 80 years in action, which just isn't going to be possible in our lifespans. You can simulate it, and they've done that, but I would imagine that wouldn't meet the burden either. The last thing I have here is, I want to remind me at the end of this, I have a new study on the mouse stuff, because you're right, it's millions of base pairs. That's not a large portion of the genome. What's important with that is that, one, I discovered this after looking into it afterwards. Supposedly, and I haven't had a chance to dig into the paper quite as deeply as I'd like yet, but supposedly they've actually deleted even larger gene deserts, and they, according to what I found, have pushed that several percentages up, still less than 10%. I can't remember off the top of my head. I think it's like 5-ish, but that's still not the majority of the genome, but it's a significant portion.
Agreed.
The important part is it's an orthologous region to humans, right? So taking a common design perspective here, or a common descent, it doesn't matter. This is a region that exists in mice and in humans. So if you delete it in mice and it doesn't do anything bad, the expectation would be if you do it in humans, it wouldn't do anything bad either. I think that's kind of important when we're talking about functionality of the genome and things like that.
For sure.
Other than that, though, I don't have anything to add. I think we're ready to go if you are.
Let's do it.
Cool. Okay. Awesome. Sweet. I'm excited. So I'm going to my window here. Okie dokie. Can you, wait, hold on. Let me get my full screen. Can you see that?
Yeah, it looks great.
Excellent.
Success.
For those of you out here who are watching, I'm excited for this one because I have some nice little animations that I think make the points well, but you guys, I suppose, can be the judge of that. So, as usual, we're here talking about evolution. The first lecture that we had was history of thought. The second lecture that we had was on mutations. Can evolution provide the raw material, the sort of new variations for natural selection to then act on? I was really pleased to see from Will that we agreed that most of those mutations are pretty substantial. They're not body plan mutations, but as I said, we have the pathways for many of those. We can induce them in a lab, and we're going to see later on in this series if those predictions bear out in the fossil record. And I think that's, as I sort of already touched on, pretty nice support for it. Today, we're going to be talking about natural selection. So you can see this is a little bit about me. You guys can read that if you like. I have a background in primatology and human evolution. And the goal of this is simply to explain to Will why so much of the scientific community is convinced of evolution as the means by which modern biodiversity comes about. The course that you're going to see here, just like with last time, is a hybrid of sort of what I teach or what I taught for 4 years at university at the lab level, and then for honors biological anthropology. This is not meant to be a creationism debunking series. We do touch a little bit on some creationist ideas today, but not substantially. And I like to think that that's probably how we'll continue to go. We'll bring up that kind of stuff only when it matters with regard to what we're actually talking about. So I hope by the end of this series, at the end of the year, Will feel like he understands why evolution is accepted. Where he goes from there is up to him. Our roadmap, today we're talking about natural selection, and not just natural selection, but gene flow and genetic drift as well. My students dread this because the mechanisms of evolution can seem kind of daunting at first, but I hope by the end of this, it's going to be a little bit demystified for people, like how this works and how we actually come up with some of the numbers we come up with, as well as how speciation happens. And Will, I put in this one, we're going to talk about what a species is today, and I think you're going to like it because we agree there more than I think you would imagine. So today we're going to start with what do we know and what do we want to know, right? Last time we talked about genetics, we talked about mutations, and thanks to modern genetics, we understand that genes are made of DNA, that genes are translated into proteins, and that controls our physical appearance or our phenotype, that mutations can constantly introduce new alleles or gene variants into a population's gene pool, and that's the ultimate source, or I should say the overwhelmingly primary source of new variation, and that these mutations can lead to enormous changes, but for the most part, whether they're good or bad is going to be determined by where the individual is living and how it's interacting with its environment. So you can go have a mutation that does everything from making the zygote non-viable to nothing to getting new aspects to your body plans. What we don't understand, though, is the specifics of how that variation, once it's here, can lead to minor and major population level change. What actually drives the evolutionary change once the variation is present? And can these mechanisms actually lead to speciation or what we might consider macroevolution, right? So like if we had that mutation that gave a spider 10 legs from the 8 legs, or if we had a mutation that gave a fly 4 wings instead of 2, is it possible that that could then proliferate over the course of many generations into characterizing the species, or maybe even leading to speciation? So I want to start with this, just in case we're not all on the same page. Individuals don't evolve. They can't, right? An individual is born with the characteristics that it's born with. On the other hand, populations or species do evolve. So an individual is born with a set group of characteristics, and all of the individuals together make up a population. Many populations make up a species, and populations and species can change over time depending on who is surviving and who is reproducing the most. The second critical point about evolution, so first being individuals don't evolve, populations do, is that what is beneficial, like what is considered a good mutation, what is selected for, is context specific, right? So Will said something earlier when you were, and I forgot to mention this, so I wrote a note for it, but I didn't get back to it. You said that most of the mutations that we talked about last time were deleterious. Technically, all of them are changing the genome. All of them are mutations. All of them are errors in DNA replication, or DNA synthesis, I should say, or DNA replication, or protein synthesis. They're all mistakes, as it were. But those mistakes are what lead to variation, and that variation is ultimately very good for the population. That's a good thing that those mistakes happen, because it gives the population some wiggle room when the environment changes. So what is good and what is bad a lot of the time isn't objective until the environment is taken into account. So we're looking at these three foxes here. We have an Arctic fox on the left and a regular red fox in the middle and a Finnic fox there over on the right. This fox in the middle has medium length fur. If there was a mutation in this fox that gave it long fur, as we see with the Arctic fox on the left, that's probably not going to be beneficial if the environment that this red fox is living in stays the same, right? Because it's already been moderated to essentially have this length of fur that's really good for where it lives. If it got long, it might overheat. If it got too short, it might freeze. It isn't until the environment changes in one direction or another, as we'll soon see in today's lecture, that we start to see the phenotype or physical characteristics of the fox population pulled in one direction over another by virtue of culling, or the failure to reproduce, of those that don't meet that environment very well or as well. So evolution is a phenomenon of the gene pool. The gene pool is just a collection of alleles or gene variants present in a population. So you can see on your screen here, we got a lot of cats. We got 34 cats. We have orange cats, we have brown cats, we have white cats, and we have black cats. And there's the breakdown there on the right of who makes up how much of this population. Give it a generation, maybe the black cats just reproduce slightly more than the others. The black cats are going to leave more offspring behind, and the parents sort of die off, and we still have 34 cats here, assuming that everybody only has like one kid. But the actual ratios of who is in the population has changed, right? The allele frequency of this gene pool has changed over time. That is the textbook definition of what evolution is. So most people, I would argue all people, accept that evolution is something that happens. Really, the sticking point becomes macroevolution or speciation and common descent. Mm-hmm. So how does evolution occur? There's 4 central mechanisms that I tend to teach. Some people will break these down a little differently, as I said last time, but I tend to teach these 4, and I inherited that teaching style from my academic parents and grandparents. So mutation, we talked about last time. That's the first one. That's what gives you the raw material for evolution. And then these other 3 mechanisms, natural selection, gene flow, and genetic drift, are going to be essentially what determines which mutations move on or come to proliferate within the population or disappear completely. We know that mutations create new alleles. We know that this is the main mechanism that introduces new variation into the gene pool. We also understand that mutations occur randomly, or as I tend to prefer to say, as I've learned to say, probabilistically, because not every spot in the genome is going to mutate at the same rate. Mutations are critically important because they're the primary source of all heritable variation. And as we talked about earlier, they can be really good or they can be really bad. A lot of the time, that's going to depend on the environment that we're in. The fate of that new mutation, of those new alleles, are going to lie with natural selection, genetic drift, and gene flow. Some may lead to an increase in fitness, for example, our ice fish proteins. Some are going to lead to a decrease in fitness. The individual might even die before they grow up at all, like we saw with Tay-Sachs, and some might not impact fitness at all, as we see in this example here, heterochromia. The overwhelming majority of mutations that happen in your genome, they don't harm you. They're deleterious in the sense that they change the genome. Every mutation is going to change the genome, but they don't necessarily do anything bad to you. And in the right context, they can do something good to you too. But we've been talking about like fitness this entire time, and we haven't really defined it. So what is fitness exactly? Fitness in biology is very simply how successful a particular genotype is at leaving offspring in the next generation relative to other genotypes. So it includes 2 primary components. It's how well you survive to adulthood, and then once you get to adulthood, how you reproduce and also continue to survive and continue to reproduce. So in this example here, we have 2 bugs, green bugs and brown bugs. We can pretend that these guys live on a sandy beach. Green bugs are seen easier on the sandy beach, so more of them are eaten. So they have fewer offspring in their children and then in their grandchildren compared to the browner bugs, which are maybe a little harder to see on the sand. We'll get into that more in a second. The first mechanism that we're going to talk about today, the second mechanism overall, is natural selection. This is Darwin's sort of magnum opus here, right? It's the process by which populations become better adapted to their environment. And at an individual level, this is due to differential survival and reproductive success. How well do you survive to adulthood, and how many kids do you have compared to everybody else in your population? It's based off of the fitness of an individual, which, as we said, is the average ability of individuals in a given genotype to actually reproduce. There are several types of natural selection. There's directional selection, which is selection at one range of phenotypes. This is, as it sounds, selection in a given direction, right? The actual characteristics within a population are being pulled in one direction or another. You might have stabilizing selection, which is also exactly what it sounds like. It's saying, okay, what we have is actually pretty good. Let's stabilize it and keep the extremes from evolving. In our fox example, this would be like, okay, we have our foxes with their really nice regular coat length. Stabilizing selection keeps you from having shaggy dog looking foxes and, bald sphinx cat looking foxes. And sexual selection is our third example. This is selection arising as a result of the preference by one sex for some given characteristic of the other sex, or alternatively, by competition within one sex for the attention of another. Classically, you get peacocks and deer. So far so good, Will, because we're going to do a case study next on these finches.
Yes. A couple slides ago, you had some giraffes. What was the point there?
Yes. In these giraffes, what we're looking at here is that we have 3 giraffes and a decently tall tree. The giraffe with the longest neck is able to reach the tippy tops of the trees. The giraffe with the medium length neck isn't doing as well as the tall neck giraffe, but he can still get some of the leaves. And the short neck giraffe can't reach any of them. And the ones that are low enough, it's probably competing with other animals that are actually on that landscape. So the one that's with the shortest neck is unable to compete for those resources. It starves to death and it doesn't pass on any of its genes. The one in the middle might produce a couple of offspring, but not as much as the one on top, who's gorging itself on leaves all the time. It's never hungry. It grows very big, which makes it harder for predators to eat it. And it has a lot of kids, and those genes are passed on to its offspring. Make sense?
Okay.
Cool.
Yeah. Thanks.
Cool. Okay. Let's talk about finches. In birds, beak shape is tightly tied to diet. So this is all birds in general. You can see on your screen, we've got hummingbirds and flamingos and woodpeckers and eagles, and their beaks are kind of like the tool that they use to get whatever it is that they like to eat. You've got a syringe there for a hummingbird to suck the nectar out of these deep-belled flowers. You've got the razor beak that you see in birds of prey to rip up meat. You've got nice nutcracker thick beaks for certain kinds of finches and warblers, or like the filter feeding beak that flamingos do. They dip their head underwater and they've got like this. It's sort of like baleen that you see in whales, where they scoop up a bunch of krill with their beaks and then they force the water out and it traps the krill inside their beaks. And that's incidentally what tends to give them that pink color. So beaks are really important, right? Different tools are ideal for different environments. And that's why beaks vary in birds in general. The diversity is super extreme. I've included this because I know that you're showing this to your kids, and I think that beak diversity is really cool. And I wanted to show some weird birds with weird beaks. You've got a frog catcher there on the middle to the right with this big wide mouth that it uses to grab insects, like almost like this big vacuum cleaner as like it flies through the air. You've got birds that use this weird upturned scythe beak when they poke through the sand. You've got pelicans that skim the surface of the water and can hold giant fish inside their gullets. Big raptors like you see at the bottom right, or I don't know if you would actually call a bearded vulture a raptor, but they've got these beaks that are really razor sharp and serrated in portions so they can rip up the meat that they're eating and get at the bones. And then in the case of a toucan's beak actually doesn't typically perform any critical function with regard to processing food, but it's really important for sexual selection because the ladies really like the big bright colored beaks. So you can get all these weird different shaped beaks for different jobs, and sometimes that job is just wooing a mate. But beaks don't just vary between species of birds, they also vary within populations as well. So what we're looking at here is a little bell curve, right? And the beak depth or the thickness of the beak is there on the x-axis, and the frequency or the commonness of that beak depth in any given individual is there on the y. What you can see is that you've got thinner beaked birds and thicker beaked birds, and they're members of the same species. They don't vary a lot, but mostly they kind of cluster in the middle at like your average beak depth. We remember from Darwin and natural selection all the way back with Origin of Species, we remember his quote, multiply, vary, and let the strongest live and the weakest die. And Darwin sort of predicated this concept of natural selection on these 5 observations that are going to be really important. The first is that populations can expand indefinitely. A frog can have millions and millions and millions of eggs, right, over the course of its lifespan, but we're not covered in frogs. We're not waist deep in frogs right now. And the reason is because the resources are limited, right? These frogs have a lot of babies, but then all of those babies have to compete for the resources that are available. And everything that eats those frogs is also kind of having a field day with the sheer number of them. So we know that populations can grow indefinitely theoretically. There's nothing wrong with a frog that keeps it from having, you can have X amount of babies on your frog baby punch card and then you got to stop. They could technically go on forever, but the resources to nurture those babies are limited. We also know, as Darwin observed, that populations in nature are roughly stable. So even though frogs or birds or nematodes or fungus can theoretically reproduce for their whole lives, we're not ankle deep or waist deep or above our heads in any given species. Populations seem stable, despite the fact that more offspring are born than survive to reproduce as adults. We know that there is a struggle for existence in all populations of all organisms all across the surface of the earth. More are born than live to adulthood to reproduce. If there's a struggle for existence, then, what factors determine which individuals will survive and which ones won't? Well, Darwin said that it's these 3 things, right? The first is that individuals vary within populations with regard to their ability to acquire resources. So in our finches that we're going to look at here, they vary in their beak depth, right? But we could be talking about anything. We could be talking about the swimming speed of a tuna or the jumping height of a leopard or whatever. There's going to be a little bit of variation in any population with regard to any characteristic. The second observation of these 3, and the fourth overall, is that variation is heritable. So if the parent has it, it's probably going to pass that characteristic on to its offspring. So what's beneficial in an environment can be tracked through time. And the last thing is that the environment itself is constantly changing. So if there's a struggle for existence, if there's not enough to go around, and individuals vary, and some traits are going to give individuals an edge, they're going to reproduce more, have more kids, pass that edge on to their kids, and populations are going to move in a given direction depending on what works in a given environment. The problem is the environment is always changing, so populations are never stable. Populations will adapt to their environments via natural selection. So let's watch this happen in real time. We're going to talk about an actual case study in finches. This is based off of the work of the Grants and several others. Finches live on the Galapagos Island. Really, they live everywhere, but the population that we're looking at here is a population of finches from the Galapagos Islands. And the thing about islands is that they're really subject to major swings in seasonality, right? The monsoon season and the dry season come and go. And because of changes in the world that we live in, sometimes the monsoons will be heavier and sometimes the dry season will be longer. And the animals that live on these islands are sort of at the mercy of what actually goes down. A drought on an island is going to impact the plants, which is going to impact everything that eats those plants. So in 1977, when the Grants were doing their work with these finches, something really incredible happened. A major drought just swept through the landscape and impacted every plant, as I said, and the insects and the birds and even some of the aquatic life that lived there. This drought impacted the abundance of the seeds that many of these finches eat. And we're going to specifically be looking at a type of seed-eating finch here. And what you can see in these 2 graphs over there on the left is a very steep decline. The population of the birds that we're looking at here, that the Grants were looking at, a medium beak type of finch, plummeted during the drought of 1977. And the reason why that population size plummeted is because the abundance of the seeds that they like to eat plummeted. The seeds are like of a medium thickness, right? They have this kind of shell on the outside of them. And when it gets really dry, as anybody who has houseplants can tell you, plants wither. And this includes their seeds. The plants that had, the seeds that had these thin shells were desiccated by the aridity. And so there was nothing for the birds to eat. The only things that were able to stick around seed-wise were the thicker seeds that were able to keep that drought out and hold their moisture. So in accordance with that, the density of the seeds on this island climbed. right? So we have a population size plummeting of birds. We have a seed abundance plummeting in general. And the seeds that did survive were really, really thick and tough to crack open. Now, we know from using pliers to crack open nuts, right, that thicker pliers are good for cracking tougher nuts. Thinner needle nose pliers, you would never use those to try to crack open a Brazil nut, right? You need a big honking set of pliers in order to crack that nut open and get at the meaty goodness inside. So let me ask you a question, Will. If we have finches with like a regular sized beak, right, that prey on regular sized seeds, but a drought comes and causes the average seed thickness to increase, what do you think is going to happen to the thickness of the average bird's beak?
It should increase.
It should increase, right? Exactly. It should get thicker. So here are the results of the 1977 drought. In 1976, right, the birds had an average beak thickness of, call it 9.5, looking at there, right? You've got a nice little bell curve where the thickness of the beaks is right there in the middle, and the population is 751 individuals. By 1958, only 90 finches of this population were left. Everybody else had been starved out. And if you look at the actual graph, those middle beak sizes, toast, right? The entire thickness of the beak depth shifted to the right, and it even shifted a little bit to the left, almost as if having really, really thin beaks, while it was useless for cracking open nuts, allowed you to exploit maybe different types of resources. Maybe it could let you get into holes and get deeper at the grubs that are within them. But overall, the actual beak depth of the individuals, as you can see here in this figure off to the right, where you have the mid-parent bill depth there in the dashed line, and then the offspring bill depth there in the solid line, the offspring had thicker beaks than the parents did. Beak thickness increased, allowing the finches to crush the abundant hard seeds and avoid extinction. This is an example of directional selection, right? The beaks increased in thickness because the ones who didn't have thick enough beaks did not survive to reproduce. And the ones that did survive to reproduce didn't reproduce as much as the ones who had the really thick beaks. The authors, when they wrote their paper, said a thorough examination of the data with both univariate and multivariate techniques suggests that the main differences between the birds that survived and those that did not were body size and bill dimensions, particularly beak depth. So the average change in beak depth in just 2 years was 5 millimeters, which doesn't seem like a lot until you consider like how deep a bird bill actually is. Like, it's a pretty significant change. And all in 2 years, thanks to one really significant catastrophic event for these birds. What's really cool about this study is that additional work on Darwin's finches, like specifically this population on the island Daphnia, I think it's Daphnia major, has allowed us to discover specifically which genes are changing, how they're changing, when they changed, and why they changed. Like, actually the type of mutation that caused those beaks to get thicker in the first place. So it's a really cool example of directly observing the evolution of thicker beaks, directly observing how those populations changed over time, like not a theoretical, this is what should happen, but this is just what happened. And then we were able to sequence their genomes and look at specifically what caused that change. There are tons of examples of documented evolution like this. Before we're going to go into those, though, I have to tell you a little bit about population genetics. This stuff can be a little bit daunting, so I'm going to go real slow and let me know if you have any problems with it. Do you have any issues with the Finch stuff before we go there? Or does it make sense?
It does make sense. Yeah, it does make sense. I'm curious if it would go in the other direction.
It would.
So, okay, can you help me understand that?
Yeah, so like, why would the beaks get thinner?
Yes.
So suppose instead of having and this has happened, there's a really cool 2003 follow-up study that looked at a different drought and how they reacted to this drought. I'm going to give you a hypothetical first so you can see maybe why that might happen first. So suppose instead of a drought, we had a horrible monsoons, right? Anybody who knows about rain knows that rain allows the proliferation of just tons of bugs, right? Monsoon season is really bad when you live in mosquito-y areas because it leads to a lot of standing water. Mosquitoes have their babies and then you're just swarming with mosquitoes. So suppose instead of having this drought, these finches experienced an increase in monsoon season. And the monsoons brought all of these rains that led to a drastic increase in wood-boring worms or grubs, right? That's not hard to imagine. That happens with tons of different bugs. Suppose we're looking specifically at this type of wood-boring grub, right? That lives in the bark, or that maybe lives in the sand, or that lives in the mud, or whatever. But you can't get to them if you've got a big stubby beak, right? This just doesn't work. If you recall from looking at the different birds with different shaped beaks, different beaks do different jobs. Like you would need needle nose pliers for this instead of a nut crusher. Suppose at the same time, right, many of our nuts, as tends to happen sometimes with trees and specifically with felled trees, the increased moisture causes fungus and microorganisms to actually cause those seed cells to rot through and kills the seeds. So not only is there an increase in insects or in annelids and worms and things like that, but there's a decrease in the availability of those hard nuts. Now, the birds that have these big, thicker beaks that naturally skew on this bell curve here, that naturally skew towards the thicker beaks, not only can they not as efficiently dig their beaks into the sand or bore their beaks into the sides of trees, but there's no nuts for them to crack. All of the nuts have rotted through, and their food source, the thing that they were really good at extracting, is toast. Right? So what you would see when that happens is you would see that the individuals with these thinner beaks who are better at extracting insects from the bark of trees or from hollows or from the sand, those individuals are going to eat more, and bugs are high in protein anyways. They're going to get larger, have more offspring, and you're going to see a skew in the complete opposite direction. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm. It does, yeah. Thanks.
Hypothetical, but that's how you end up with beak shapes that look like woodpeckers, for example. Let me go back here. That's how you end up with the probing beak shape or the scything beak shape or the nectar feeding beak shape or whatever. And people who study this kind of thing have watched this exact type of shift in other populations depending on how the environment is changing.
Okay.
Cool. Roger that. All right. So let's talk about population genetics, because we've watched this happen, right? But this is one example over 2 years with some finches. We can do better than that. Let's talk a little bit about PopGen first. So population genetics, like definitionally speaking, it's just genetic differences, evolution, and math put together. Specifically, it looks at the genetic differences within and among populations, and this includes adaptation, it includes speciation, and includes even within that population just how the different characteristics as benign as hair color or eye color vary. Population genetics as a field was founded in the 20s and in the 30s. And as I said moments ago, it's just this mathematical approach to evolutionary biology. We're going to quantify and then model it so you can see how these guys did it. Because the main guys that were responsible for it were Ronald Fisher, Haldane there, JBS Haldane, and Sewall Wright. And essentially what they did is, evolution is kind of hot off the presses. Like Darwin publishes it in 1850, and then people are quibbling about it. But if you'll recall from last time, Mendel and the idea of Mendelian genetics doesn't really come around until like the latter half of the 1800s. And so these guys are left sitting there and they're like, okay, how do we square these two things together though? And can we use Mendelian genetics and math to make predictions about how populations will change, how they'll evolve? So recall from Mendel that we can use letters to represent characteristics. So let's say we're looking at two moths, and these are peppered moths that you can see here. You have a peppered moth, the normal typica variety there on the right. And you have the carbonaria, I think, the melanistic version there on the left. And remember from last time, we can say that A represents dark gray, like capital A represents the dark gray color, and little lowercase a represents the light gray color. And since the dark gray is capitalized, you know that dark gray is dominant to light gray here. So if we want to represent them, we could say our genotype up there in the upper right, if it's AA, both capital, it's going to be dark gray because you have both copies of that dominant black color. If it's big A, little a, it's still dark gray because we know that dominant alleles beat up recessive alleles. And if you have two little a's, then you know that it's going to be the peppered color, right? The recessive is able to express itself because that dark gray isn't there. You can express it in a Punnett square, as we did last time, just like this. So the very first thing that people who were doing population genetics wanted to do, the people who invented it, is they wanted to marry Mendelian genetics and math and evolution together. But the only way to really model how populations change over time mathematically is to first try and suss out what it looks like when no evolution is happening at all. If evolution is a change in allele frequency over time, mathematically, you can use these basic Mendelian principles and ratios to model what it should look like, to come up with an equation of what it should look like when populations don't change and are undergoing zero evolution. This comes from J.H. Hardy and Wilhelm Weinberg in 1908. And the way that they did this is they just watched real organisms, and specifically they focused on human twins. And this works because identical twins are identical, and they're going to have the same Mendelian characteristics. So it makes it really easy to map how characters are going from parent to offspring. These guys are going to show that Mendelian inheritance, or genetics, combined with the basics of just probability, like this is derived from first principles of math. That's it. The only assumptions that are made are calculus, essentially, modeling change over time. And they predicted on this basis that allele and genotypic frequencies in a population remain constant over generations unless other forces are acting upon them. This makes sense. Think about the foxes or the finches that we were just talking about. The reason those populations change is because the environment changes. But if the environment stays the same in general, populations are going to change very little. So if you remove mutation as well, in addition to natural selection and every other evolutionary force you can think of, then population shouldn't change at all. Evolution should go static. You shouldn't see a frequency of allele change occur over time. This is the first real joining of mathematics, statistics, and ecological observations with evolutionary theory. So here's how it works. There is a hypothetical or conceptual state where a population's allele frequency or genotype frequencies are going to stay constant across generations due to a lack of evolutionary forces acting on it. If evolution isn't happening, we should see this mathematical equation resolve itself. So let's pretend that the letter P stands for our dominant allele frequency and the letter Q stands for our recessive allele frequency. This equation is the Hardy-Weinberg Equilibrium equation. It's color-coded there for you, and I really don't want you to hang up too much on like the details of this equation. What I'm mostly trying to walk you through here is that we do know mathematically how these characteristics and allele frequencies on the basis of human twins and other model organisms, we know what these ratios should hash out as if evolution is staying still. So this is the equation. It's p squared plus 2pq plus q squared. If no evolution is happening, that equation will equal 1. There's a little additional information over there so you can see like what the breakdown is. You can stop and take a look at it if you like, but I don't think it's particularly important unless you're just really interested. If P equals 0.3, the frequency of 30%, and Q equals 0.7, 70%, we can plug those guys into the equation. What you're going to get is 0.9 for our P. For our PQ, you're going to get 0.42. And for our Q, you're going to get 0.49. Add those guys up. 1 equals 1. We could all agree on that. That population is in equilibrium. So no evolution is happening, right? Like there's nothing acting on these guys to actually change these ratios. P and Q are going to be the same generation after generation after generation if nothing comes in and disrupts those frequencies, making them unequal to 1. For a population to be in equilibrium, none of the evolutionary mechanisms can be operating or participating. Otherwise, we're going to see a change in the allele frequency, and you're going to end up with that equation being greater than 1 or less than 1. Really simply, like the 5 no's, in order for something to be in equilibrium, you can't have genetic drift, so you need to have what is effectively an infinite population size. You can have no mutations, no gene flow, no natural selection, and no associative mating. Mating has to be totally random. That is to say, there should be no sexual selection. Okay, that never happens. That has never happened. We have never observed anything even close to this happening. All of these mechanisms are constantly at play because mutation is just a part of DNA replication and protein synthesis. Natural selection is a product of the environment that you live in. Even the most static environments like deep sea areas still experience some change over time, whether we're talking about the composition of the water with the oxygen, like how much detritus is coming down from whale falls or whatever. And critters have preferences in who they want to mate with, from humans to fish, right? So there is no way to actually have Hardy-Weinberg equilibrium. The reason why this equation is important is because by modeling it, we can tell the direction of evolution that a population is experiencing, right? By discovering how to tell mathematically when evolution isn't happening, we gain the ability to tell when it is. So this is a sort of classic mathematical thing that's annoying because it's math, but the idea is basically like we know what it should look like if evolution isn't happening, if there is no change in allelic frequency. So now we can recognize when it is. So what this did is it led to a much deeper connection between math and evolution in the 1920s and 1930s. Fisher ends up modeling Mendelian traits and variation, and he sort of writes up on how natural selection is mathematically changing in populations. Wright is going to describe genetic drift, which we'll talk about here later, and explains why we have these sort of seemingly random fluctuations in populations that don't have anything to do with the survival benefit, like hair color or eye color or whatever. And Haldane is going to observe these concepts with relation to a real population, the peppered moths. So let's talk about peppered moths. Haldane lived in the 1920s and 30s, and he observed that these peppered moths, Biston bechellaria, who live in London, come in two primary colors. They can be peppered, which is that black and white color, and they can be dark. And peppered moths hide really, really well, like the normal coloration, the typica variety, hides really, really well on birch trees. And there's birch trees all over London, right? I lived in London for a year, and they're really, really beautiful. Some of these stands of trees are just gorgeous. And as you can see in the little cartoon there, and then with real moths there at the bottom, the peppered ones can't really be seen on birch trees or on like the lichen there down at the bottom. On the other hand, the darker colored moths, the melanistic moths, hide really, really well when bark is dark colored, right? It's not going to come as a surprise to hear that the darker ones were initially much rarer than the peppered ones. The reason that this matters, like how well they camouflage, is because the primary predator of these peppered moths is birds. And a lot of birds can see pretty well the difference between dark and light coloration. So if the bird can't see you very well on the surface of your tree branch or your tree trunk, it's not going to eat you. If you're melanistic, like the black moth in that cartoon on the top, it's going to see you like a bullseye and eat you immediately. The inverse when we're looking at a darker colored tree. So here's the situation. Here's what Haldane noticed. The Industrial Revolution, which really kicks into high gear in the latter half of the 1800s and the first half of the 1900s, especially in London, as all these factories are going up, starts spewing soot from the chimneys of not just people's homes, but of these large factories. And this soot coats the white birch tree surface. And what it ends up doing is it darkens substantially the trees in forests that are nearby to these cities that are housing these factories. Now the white light-colored moths are sticking out like a sore thumb. So we can ask the question, and I think you can answer this, but we're going to get into it here in a second, but like, what's going to happen to the moth color, in your opinion? What could you predict?
I would predict that the dark would increase and the light would decrease.
Exactly. Yeah, perfect. Exactly. So that's what happened, right? Like we observed that actually happening. Haldane is looking backwards in time at how these moth populations are changing. And he's asking the question, okay, we know these moths are changing color because the people who live in London are reporting it, right? And in fact, he estimates that the rise in melanistic moths, the darker colored moths, went from 1% prior to the Industrial Revolution to 99% in the areas that were right adjacent to these cities. That's a huge increase, right? So Haldane thinks to himself, how much of a selective advantage do you have to go from 1% to 99% in just 50 years, right? So first he has to do some basic math, and he plays around with calculus, which is sort of our study of like rates and times and things like that. So he estimates that, okay, like let's say the selective advantage is 0.001%. He knows that moths only have a lifespan of 1 year. And so he plugs this into an equation that we're going to see in a second. And he's like, okay, if the advantage is 0.001%, it's going to take 16,000 generations or 16,000 years for the black moths to take over. But he knows that in the real population, that's not what happened. The actual moths, the darker colored moths, took over in a mere 50 years or 50 generations. So he's like, we know the selective advantage is higher than 0.0001, or 0.001, excuse me. The question is how much greater? He does all the equations and calculus that you can see there in the table and in the figure there on the right. And he says, I would estimate that the advantage is about 3%, or excuse me, 30% or 0.3. So this sits for a little bit, right? This just sits in everybody's mind. And a lot of people saw Haldane's work in 1924, and they were like, there is no way that a 30% advantage is going to yield that much change that quickly. There has to be something else going on. A predation advantage is just not going to lead to that much change, right? This intuitively doesn't make any sense. As you noticed last time we spoke, it doesn't seem possible that just a 30% difference in being spotted by birds can lead to a complete shift of 1 to 99% prevalence in just 50 years. So in the 1950s, this guy, Bernard Kettlewell, is like, I'm going to do an experiment. He's like, I want to see how quickly, I should say, how strongly birds predate on these moths depending on the environment that they live in. Because it's one thing to say, yeah, obviously a black moth on a white surface is going to be spotted easier than a white moth on a white surface. But Kettlewell wanted to quantify it. So what he does is he basically takes all of these peppered moths of dark, medium, and light color, and he marks them on the underside of their wing using this little special paint. And then he goes out into the forest and he releases them. He waits 2 days, he comes back, and he tries to recapture as many as possible. And then he looks at how the ratio changed. And from this, he comes up with the following chart. This is an adapted chart, not from his original work, but PBS. I think PBS is the one who sort of made it look nice like this. He argues that in actuality, what we're looking at here is a very, very fast change. He argues that the melanistic moths, the black moths in darker habitats, have a 4 times larger survival advantage than the white moths do in dark habitats. And he writes it up in this book, in this paper called Selection Experiments on Industrial Melanism in the Lepidoptera. That just means it's a family for moths. This doesn't go over very well. In fact, first he's criticized by Sargent in the 1960s because Sargent looks at it and he's like, I can't replicate his experiment very easily myself. He starts to think that maybe Kettlewell had unintentionally trained the birds to predate on moths, because when Kettlewell had released them, he'd released them in this area where the birds were resting on tree trunks a lot. And so Sargent is like, I don't think that these moths are naturally spending a lot of time on tree trunks. You're artificially giving the birds an advantage and effectively training them to push the population in one direction. Not intentionally, but the results aren't valid. This other guy, Marjoris, publishes Melanism, Evolution, and Action in 1998. And he looks at the criticism from Sargent and he basically says, okay, that's a fair criticism. What Sargent said is a fair criticism. And Kettlewell's example, it's pretty good, but the experiment could have been better. It could have been more comprehensive. And so Marjoris basically says, in a book that's trying to say that melanism is a great example of evolution, he looks at the peppered moth example and he's like, I think we can do better than this. I don't think this is a good enough example to use as really evident, obvious evolution until we can do some more work on it. He's like, the criticism is fair enough and the non-replicability is a problem. Let's put a pin in it for now. Jerry Coyne in 1998 reads Marjoris's book and reads Sargent's criticism, and he's like, I don't think that we should be using this as an example of evolution anymore, because I don't think it's as influential as it's previously been portrayed. And all of this gets summed up in a book called Of Moths and Men by Hooper, who, she's not a scientist, she's a journalist, but she goes and reads through a lot of people's work and finds Sargent's argument compelling. And he basically says, I don't think that we're just looking at a mistaken methodology here. She actually argues that Kettlewell might have been ideologically motivated and that his mentor was super Darwinian and really trying to prove that evolution was happening in this population, so that perhaps his results shouldn't be trusted at all, and that maybe there might have been something a little bit more intentionally nefarious going on. The intelligent design community, which was really up and rising in the late 1990s, gets a hold of this, and they kind of boost Sargent and Hooper, specifically looking at these accusations of fraud or dishonesty. Philip Johnson, who in the late 1980s was really famous for coining the modern version of intelligent design, he argues that Kettlewell's experiment was a scam. And Jonathan Wells, in his book Icons of Evolution, which I have at home but not here at my parents' house, says the fact that peppered moths don't normally rest on tree trunks completely invalidates Kettlewell's experiment. He basically looks at what Sargent said and said, look, if they're not actually naturally, if Kettlewell didn't model their natural behavior, none of this actually works at all. But of all of the people who were criticizing Kettlewell's work from the intelligent design community and from the evolutionary community, Marjoris, who was one of the original, if you will recall from right here, who was one of the original criticizers of the work of who reviewed Kettlewell's work and was unsatisfied, he was like, okay, well, let's just retest the work then. Like, if we're skeptical of it, let's just retest it. And so he himself, for 6 years, decides to retest Kettlewell's original peppered moth study. And he vindicates Kettlewell. He analyzes thousands of moths across a 6-year time period from 2001 to 2007 and confirmed that moths experience intense predation selection from the birds based specifically on the color of their wings, whether they were dark or light colored. And just for good measure, he documented the entire time where the moths were when he spotted them and when they were predated on. And he was like, yeah, the majority of the time they actually are on tree trunks or on tree branches. This was the biggest study at the time. I don't know if it still is, but in 2007 is the biggest study that had ever been done on industrial melanism and confirmed the role of natural selection being bird predation in this case, on the peppered moth evolution, right? He says at the end of the abstract, or actually it was published in part posthumously, there you go, by several of his colleagues, because he died in between 2012 when it was released and when he finished the experiments in 2007. And he says, these data provide the most direct evidence yet to implicate camouflage and bird predation as the overriding explanation for the rise and fall of melanin in moths. What's cool, though, is that all the while genetics is progressing as a field. And Haldane, who had come up with that selection coefficient on the basis of some back-of-the-envelope calculus back in 1924, finally gets to see his specific predictions, which you can see there at the top and then replicated by me in the Desmos online graphing calculator, what he actually predicted on the basis of observed moth population level change. Haldane's estimation is remarkably accurate. This project that we've been involved in here, Will, has kind of forced me to go and dig really deep into some of these experiments. And I had no idea that Haldane was so spot on about this. The equation that you can see in the upper right there is graphed like in this graph here in the bottom left with the red line. That's the graph that equation creates with those variables filled in as they are. And on the right there, that curve that you can see, that's the sigmoidal curve after we discovered the specific mutation that was responsible for melanism in those peppered moths. And that's how it was actually charted as changing over time. So Haldane nailed it. He absolutely nailed it down to the selection coefficient range. But what's cool about this is what comes next, right? So here's that graph that you just saw here, right? There's the figure from that paper there at the bottom. And you can see our melanistic moths start to rise in frequency. What you're looking at there is the year on the bottom, or the x-axis. And on the y-axis is the frequency of dark-colored moths, with 0 being 0% and 1 being 100% melanistic. So you can see that as the Industrial Revolution plays out, the frequency of melanistic moths or dark-colored moths is increasing, right, until they're almost at 100%. They're like at about 95-ish% there. And then something really, really interesting happens in the 1950s. They plummet. The melanistic moths absolutely plummet in their prevalence in these peppered moth populations. So let me ask you a question. What do you think happened to cause these melanistic moths to plummet? What do you think changed? Because the answer is really cool. There's not a right answer. Well, I mean, there is, but you probably won't guess it. You might guess functionally what's happening. What do you think happened?
When you say melanistic, you're referring to all the different colors, correct?
Melanistic means just the dark-colored moths.
Oh, just the dark. Okay.
Yeah. So the dark-colored moths climb in frequency, right, as the Industrial Revolution happens and the pollution is really, really intense. And then all of a sudden, you see this drop-off, right? This paper, the graph that you're seeing here is from 2012. So this had a lot more information than Haldane did when he first modeled the rise of the melanistic moths in 1924, right? So if you look at my cursor here, 1924 is about here. So Haldane is saying, yeah, we went from 1% down here to like 99% up here. Really, it's more like 95% up here by my cursor. But then he keeps living his life. And as he's living his life, the melanistic moths continue to increase. And then all of a sudden they plummet and they're overtaken again by the white peppered moths. What do you think happened?
I have no idea.
The Clean Air Act of 1956 was passed, marked there by that red line. The Clean Air Act limited the amount of pollution that these factories could actually belch out into the environment because people were complaining. You can see in the bottom left that picture of that cop there in London, and there's smog everywhere. I mean, the smog was just absolutely unlivably bad. People complained enough that they were like, okay, they didn't do it for the moths, they did it for the people. And so they passed this act that just drastically cuts down on the amount of pollution that the factories are able to put into the local area. And what that meant is that the soot wasn't on the trees anymore. So the birch colors took on that bright white color again. And so you see that the melanistic moths, those dark colored moths, start getting immediately spotted by all the birds again on these white birch trees. And the peppered moths, the typical peppered moth with that white color, is now virtually invisible again. So it shifts back to how it was in the beginning. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I'm going to ask a question.
Please do.
That I have no idea what it even means. And if it's not relevant, let's just skip it. Could this have anything to do with epigenetics?
No, because we found the gene that was responsible here.
Okay.
It's a transposable element. So this is a gene that we know what that gene looks like in the melanistic moths, and it looks one way. And then we have how it looks in the white colored moths, and it looks another way. So we know that this is a change that happened inside the moths that then is passed from parent to offspring. It's not caused by the environment in one moth's lifespan. Does that make sense?
Yep, it does.
Okay, cool. And no, that's a good and fair question. All right. So what all of that did, right? The reason why I paired the peppered moth change with population genetics is to show to you the link between the math that we use to model population change and the accurate predictions that math made before we actually had the tools to investigate the claims that the math was making, right? Things like the selective advantage, things like the prevalence of these specific genes, things like how often do these birds actually predate on these moths? Can we actually attribute this to natural selection? Can natural selection cause this change this quickly? And the answer, according to the peppered moths and some other examples that we're going to look at here in a second, is yes. What's cool about Haldane is that Haldane had to do all this miserable calculus. And I say it's miserable because I don't know calculus very well. And I read his stupid 1924 paper like 5 times to understand what he was doing so that I could tell you about it here in depth. And then it's like, there's actually just a way easier equation that we've derived since then that is much simpler, and it's what you can see on your screen here now. This isn't as tight. It's going to give you a much more of an approximation. So you tend to use the Haldane calculus or something closer to the Haldane calculus when you're trying to be really, really precise. But this works pretty well. I did it with the peppered moths and got very close to their numbers. So you can do this with any population, though, to approximate how long fitness is going to take, or excuse me, a characteristic is going to take to become the only characteristic in a population, depending on how beneficial it is. So in this little equation that you can see on your screen here, you can do this with your phone calculator. Each of these letters stand for the following. T is the time in generations. So you want to pick something where generation time is equal to 1 year. Moths are a great example, but you could pick beetles, you could pick many arthropod species like bugs and things like that live for 1 year and then they die. That's why fruit flies tend to be model organisms in part. S is the selection coefficient in this little equation. So what selection coefficient means is it's just how many babies do you produce relative to someone else. So we're going to talk about what that is in a second, but ln is the natural log. That's a button you can press on your phone or a notation you can use in any online calculator. And n is the population size. So it's how many individuals you actually have. So let's say we're looking at a group of beetles, and these beetles live for 1 year. Their generation time is 1 year. And it's a green group of beetles, and there's a population of them that live in a forest beside a beach, right? And some of these beetles start moving into the beach a little bit, but they're green. So when they move on the sand, the birds or the crabs or the little mice or whatever can see them easily and eat them, right? So they don't want to be green. They want to be yellow or yellowish. Let's pretend that some of these beetles, 1 in every 100 beetles, very few of them, actually have a slightly more yellowish color. Not by very much. Let's call it a 1% edge. They are 1% more likely to survive to adulthood and reproduce. And they're going to have, on average, 101 babies for every 100 babies that every other regular green bug that doesn't have this characteristic has. ln stands for our natural log, and n is equal to 10,000. If we plug this in, again, n is how many beetles live in this forest. So there's 10,000 beetles in the forest. One of our beetles has a 1% edge over every other beetle. And we're asking the question, if they live for 1 year, according to calculus, how long will it take for every beetle, how many generations will it take for every beetle to look like our beetle with the edge? Does that make sense so far?
Yeah, I'm struggling with. Yeah. I think I think you can keep going. Is this supposed to work for any living creature?
This works for any population, supposing you have the variables. So let's say you wanted to look at humans. What would change with humans is the time in generations would have to scale to human generation time. So 20 years, or let's say you're looking at sea turtles, 80 years. You know what I mean? So I'm simplifying it here with organisms that live for 1 year so that the years equals the generation times, but you can use this with any organism as long as you know how long they live. Does that make sense? And then you also need the selection coefficient. So you need to know the edge that these individuals have. So in our hypothetical example, we're giving our slightly yellowish beetles a 1% edge, but for Haldane's moths that we just went over, we know from measuring them specifically and from finding the genes that were involved that the moths that were darker colored had about a 30%, those black moths had about a 30% edge over the white moths when it came to surviving to reproduce. So it's just it's like a percentage, and you mark it in a decimal point.
So quantity of offspring doesn't matter?
That's really what we're looking at here. We're looking at the relative fitness. So that's how many offspring you have relative to everyone else. The reason why offspring production also reflects on survival is because to have offspring, you have to live to be an adult. So it's a nice variable because it kind of encapsulates survival and reproduction at the same time. So in the case of our peppered moths, the darker moths were 30%, we're sort of simplifying it here, but on average, those darker moths would have 130 offspring for every 100 offspring that a regular moth would have, in part because they're able to survive longer, reproduce more, not get eaten by birds, and so on and so forth. It's like combining those two things together.
Okay.
So with that in mind, you can take this information, plug it in how you like, plug it into any calculator, and the calculus tells you that with this information, again, modeled off of real populations, it would take 2,000 years for those beetles to all be like that one with a 1% edge. So let's make a prediction. What if the edge was bigger? What if we looked at Haldane's moth edge? Do you think that it's going to take longer or shorter for the beneficial trait to characterize the entire population if it's really, really good?
Should be shorter.
Should be short, right? So let's pretend that instead we're looking at a 30% edge. So we change our 0.1 or our 0.01 there to 0.0 or to 0.3. You go from 1% edge to 30% edge. Plug in the same way, 66 years. What's so cool about this is, remember, I just told you this is an approximation. That what we just did with these beetles, that's the exact specific statistics that Haldane's moths were characterized by, and it took them 50 years to move to fixation instead of 66. Because like I said, this is a little bit more simplistic, but it gets remarkably close. And that's what we observed.
Now, sorry, real quick.
Please, I know this is heady stuff. Like, this is why I'm trying to go real slow. So stop me whenever, because it's hard to wrap your head around.
Yeah, it's good. What's Haldane's dilemma?
Haldane's dilemma is a different thing. We're going to talk about it later because it's not as applicable to this. It's Haldane's dilemma and Mueller's ratchet have to do with the population genetics that we're talking about, but they have to do with it in a much longer time span that does not impact what we're talking about here.
Okay, that makes sense.
Cool? Because it's like, and this is, by the way, Will, just not for nothing, right? But this is why, like, you go to Answers in Genesis, you go to CMI, you read any creationist that isn't ICR, and you're going to have, like, this is what I'm talking about right now is non-controversial. The way that this change works over time, not controversial. The question is, how much time do we have? And the other question is, can the mutations that we talked about, for example, in the last lecture, can those mutations move to fixation in these populations and cause major macroevolution?
Mm-hmm. Why'd you single out ICR?
Because ICR has been doing this really weird thing lately that I don't understand. They're arguing, but you remember when you asked earlier about the epigenetics with the moths?
Yeah.
They're doing a version of that, but they're calling it something different. They're arguing that natural selection is not what's responsible for the type of change that we see over time. They argue that the genome changes itself, right? Like they call it continuous environmental tracking, or CET. And they're arguing that these organisms are able to detect changes in their environment and basically tweak their own genomes. And then that's passed on to their offspring instead of this incremental change from generation to generation. It is very unpopular amongst the creationists that I see addressing it. And the reason is because what I just talked to you about here, right? Like there's not a creationist out there that's going to have an issue with saying that a bird's beak is able to change in response to severe drought, right? Because most people aren't going to see that as macroevolution. Now, being upfront, I'm going to argue to you here that there is no difference. The only thing that we're looking at here is timescales. How much time do we actually have? But one thing that I can agree on with virtually all of them is that natural selection is what's responsible for the change that we observe. They'll call it adaptation, but it is like, be my guest, check any of their articles. And I'll let you know too that the ICR switch to this continuous environmental tracking thing, it's recent. It's being helmed by one guy, Rudy Gugliuzza, who just took over Institute for Creation Research. And he's like, it's like his pet project. I don't know what the deal is. I know very few creationists who buy it, but by all means, look into it yourself. I think it's a really hard sell, given all of the examples we have of observed natural selection causing changes in populations.
Okay.
That's why I brought them up.
Now, just to be clear, the formula we looked at is from first mutation to fixation, which is everyone in the population has that mutation now?
Yeah, this is a simplified version of first appearance to everybody's got it. And obviously that's not always going to be the case. That's why we're trying to incorporate the selective edge here. This is the simplest equation that I could find that gets the point across without having to go through all of the calculus.
The only thing I missed is who determines, or what determines, I should say, selection coefficient?
Yeah, the determination of the selection coefficient has to be gleaned by observing these guys, right? So the reason Haldane's work was so important is because he basically worked backwards. Instead of trying to solve for the time in generations that it would take to go from the melanistic moths being rare to them characterizing almost every single moth, what he was missing, the missing variable for him, was the selection coefficient, that S, right? Because no one knew what it was. This equation didn't exist. He had to solve for it. But he did know the time in generations that it took, because they watched the moths change, right? They'd been writing that down. Scientists and ecologists had been dorking and nerding out over these moths for decades at this point. I mean, goodness, in Darwin's time, the first melanistic moth was spotted in the 1800s, right? So he knew T. Instead of solving for T, as you see in this equation here, he was solving for S. You see what I mean? So he went 50 is equal to 2S natural log of 2 times the population of the moths. And I think he used, I can't remember how many moths he used. I can link you the paper and you can go through it yourself. Fair warning, it's very hard to decipher, but be my guest. Does that make sense how he got there?
It does, yes.
Cool. Awesome.
Yep. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, of course. So this makes intuitive sense, like once you kind of work through it, right? If you're an animal and your fitness is defined by how you can grow to adulthood and how many kids you can have relative to everyone else, the first thing you got to do is grow to adulthood. And the second thing you got to do is have a lot of kids. And those kids need to have that same selective advantage. So we're going to go over a little bit more of that here next. But I like this little figure because it kind of shows you how and why this change can happen so quickly. If you have one green bug and one brown bug, but when this green bug, let's say it has 4 kids instead of 2, Like, it's possible. This green bug could have 4 kids instead of 2, but then 2 of them get eaten by birds before they can reproduce. Functionally, it only had 2 children relative to the brown bug over here. And so now each of those 2 green bugs have 4 kids each, but 2 of each of those groups of those broods are also eaten by birds. Meanwhile, these brown ones are hard to see, and all of their offspring are surviving every single time. You can see how this exponentially will accumulate and lead to the overtaking of the green ones by the brown ones, even though they started off in equal number.
Mm-hmm.
So let's talk about some more examples of natural selection, and keep ICR in mind with this, as we go through these, because I don't know how they argue against these specific examples. Maybe they have an article, but I've not seen it. I don't read everything they put out.
Yeah, I actually know some people at ICR personally, but I've not heard of this. So
Please.
I'm glad you brought it to my attention.
I don't know this, Will, so don't quote me on this. I'm speculating on this. I would imagine that a lot of people who are affiliated with ICR aren't buying the continuous environmental tracking, because their organization was okay with natural selection for a really long time. Like they were fine with it. You can find legacy articles where they talk about it. It wasn't until Gugliuzza and the people who are sort of associated with him that they started with the CET thing. So it's possible that your friends there don't buy it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. That's going to be up to you to suss out. Okay. So another really cool example that I love is pocket mice. So these are little cute mice that come in a lot of different colors. Catopodus, I don't know, intermedius. So these guys live in the desert, and they live in the desert in Arizona and in New Mexico, and they come in a lot of colors, but the 2 primary ones are tan and in black. And the reason that they come in these 2 different colors is due to a difference in melanin production that is controlled by the MC1R gene. So we've isolated the gene, and we know that it controls melanin production. Melanin production will darken or lighten the fur depending on how much it's expressed. And so you end up with mice with different fur colors as adults. What's cool about this is that these mice are preyed upon by owls who have really, really good eyesight. And I don't know if they have color vision. I don't think they do, because they're nocturnal, but they can distinguish lights and darks really well. And thus they can distinguish tan from black really well, or at least black from non-black colors. These mice live in deserts that are pockmarked by these big rocky structures of volcanic rock, of dark colored, I don't know if it's pumice or what it is, but black rocks. So as you can see in the picture over there, the tan mice are much more difficult to spot than the black mice are on the regular desert sand. But when you move over onto the black volcanic rock, the black mice are way harder to spot than the tan mice are. So you can make a really easy prediction. Despite the fact that these mice are members of the same species and can interbreed, probably you're only going to find black mice on the black substrate, on the big plateaus of black volcanic rock. And on the regular desert sand, you're mostly going to find the tan mice, right? And that's exactly what they found. It was outlined in Nachman et al. 2003 and Hoekstra et al. 2005. And then the genetic basis for this change was in this paper by Nachman. That's the Nachman 03 paper. Mm-hmm. But what's really cool about this is that this isn't the only way that you can get this specific different type of coat color for these guys. The mutation in that MC1R gene is caused by 4 specific changes that exist, I think, in the melanistic mice or the black mice, but not in the tan mice. You can get this same result with different mutations in the same gene or in different genes in these other mice that are found in a completely different state. So the reason I bring this up is because you have 2 examples of the same exact type of natural selection not being seen by birds, but they're achieved by different mutations in mice that are very closely related, which is fascinating because that means that you essentially have many ways to skin a cat. Again, this goes back to the ice fish example, because if you want to say that these pocket mice that live in Arizona and the pocket mice that live in New Mexico, that we're looking at designed mutations, or not designed mutations, but created differences, you'd have to argue that these 2 populations of pocket mice were created as separately created kinds. Either that, or you can say God creates one animal or one organism or even a mouse kind, and then that mouse is able to adapt depending on where it lives, which incidentally would be what most creationist organizations would say, that this is an example of adaptation or microevolution.
Mm-hmm.
A really cool example that I found while preparing for this is anoles, Anolis scriptus. These guys live in the south of the Bahamas. And as you know, lizards climb up walls. And the way that they climb up walls is by this really weird physics between their hands and the surface that they're climbing on. I really don't understand it very well, but I think it's crazy and really cool. But what I do understand is that the greater the surface area of their little finger pads, the easier time they have to climb and to hold on, right? It's kind of like a bigger piece of tape is going to stick a lot easier than a smaller piece of tape by virtue of surface area. So scientists were, by happenstance, studying this population of anoles in the south of the Bahamas. And they just gotten done doing this big survey where they made all of these measurements that you can see here in the upper right of like how long their little humerus was and how long their little femur was, so their upper arm bone and their upper leg bone, and the little size of their toe pads and all this stuff. And then Hurricane Maria and Hurricane Irma, like back to back in 2017, sweep through this population. And they're like, oh my God, our poor anoles, like our anoles would have gotten decimated. Like these are like, I don't remember the category, but like really strong hurricanes. And so they were like, okay, well, we have a really interesting opportunity here. Let's survey them again and see if the average dimensions of these lizards changed before and after the hurricane. So they did. And what they found is that the lizards that survived the hurricane were smaller, had bigger finger pads, and that ratio allowed them to hold on better. And so they weren't blown away either out into the open where they were easily eaten by something or into the water where they drowned. So they observed directly in a very, I don't actually know what their sample size was, but before and after the same population of lizards. And just by virtue of who survived, natural selection here, because more lizards with bigger finger pads and smaller bodies survived than those that didn't, and now they're dominant in the population, the next generation of lizards is going to be dominated by this phenotype, by bigger finger pads and smaller bodies, because the other ones got blown away.
Makes sense.
Yeah, it makes sense, right?
Mm-hmm.
This stuff makes sense. When I listened to your talk with Dan, I was excited for this example because sometimes losing something is beneficial. Like you would think that only gaining things is a good thing, but losing things can be a good thing too, because what is good is determined by the environment that you live in. So elephants in Mozambique are evolving or were evolving tusklessness. Now, tusks are really important for elephants because both sexes have them, both males and females have them, and they use them to protect their calves from predators like lions or leopards or whatever. I mean, elephants are huge. Pretty much the only time they can get preyed upon is when they're babies. So they try really hard to keep their babies protected. And they use their tusks, which are incisors, like developmentally, they're the same as our incisors. You would think they'd be the canines, but they're not. They're actually incisors, the square teeth at the front of your mouth. So in the 1970s, conservationists started like taking tallies of animals that lived in given environments, and they were charting the number of elephants. And they were like, in 1970, there were 2,500 elephants living in Mozambique, in this specific area in Mozambique. And they were like, that's not a lot of elephants, especially because as they continued to measure, specifically after the Mozambican Civil War here from 77 to 92, they come back and they start measuring again, and there's less than 500 elephants. Over 2,000 elephants were killed by people who were either poaching them for their ivory or who were starving and needed something to eat, and so they killed elephants. But what's interesting is that the majority of the elephants that we can tell were killed by poachers, right? So the selective pressure here, the predator is humans, and they're hunting elephants not to eat them most of the time, but for the ivory of their tusks so they can sell that ivory and have a better life. So what that meant is that because the researchers were taking a census of these elephants beforehand, they had a really good idea as to how many of these elephants had tusks and how many didn't. Because it turns out there's a mutation in females. It kills males. Males can't survive with it. If the males get this mutation because it's X dominant, they die. It's lethal in them. But females can actually be born without tusks. Normally, this is a bad thing because it means that the females can't protect their babies. But if you suddenly introduce a predator that only kills those with tusks, all of a sudden, having no tusks means you don't get shot by a human. And if your population is dropping from 2,500 to less than 500, that's a massive selective advantage. So what we saw when we came back after the Mozambican Civil War is that The tuskless elephants here, who are outlined originally in this pale blue as only being 18.5% of the population, now they occupied over half of the sampled elephants because no one shot them. Because why would they shoot them unless they were shooting them to eat them? And that was way fewer than those who were poaching them. So the pressure in this specific case, the natural selection, was to have no tusks because the threat from human hunting was greater than the threat of the calves from predators. Because you can still defend your kid a little bit without tusks, but I mean, having them was a death sentence. What's really cool, though, is that in the year 2010, or around 2010, I don't actually know the exact date that it was passed, a bunch of anti-poaching laws were passed, specifically for hunting elephants for the ivory trade. And what you can see is that without the pressure here of humans killing tusked elephants, the tusked ones start to rise rapidly, because without the death sentence of having tusks existing, you want to have them so you can protect your calves. So you see this relationship between threat level, right? Threat level from regular predators might be a 1. Threat level from humans is like a 3. So if humans aren't there, you want to have tusks. But if humans are there, you don't want to have tusks. And you can see the tusklessness fluctuate in these guys in response to this pressure. And what's, I think, the coolest about this is elephants are like really long lived. I mean, they live for a really long time. So it's rare that you get to see evolution of a population like this in such a long lived animal. Does that make sense why that would be beneficial in this population in particular?
Yeah, I mean, it seems pretty self-explanatory. If you kill the elephants with tusks, the ones that are tuskless will reproduce at a much higher rate.
Exactly. That's it. The Italian wall lizards are an example that I really like, because this was an example of scientists, kind of like the peppered moths, like intentionally trying to observe evolution. So in the Adriatic Sea, there are some islands, and these islands have little lizards on them that we call Italian wall lizards. They're just little guys that you can see. They look like a standard lizard. But in 1971, a bunch of scientists wanted to see what would happen if you took a population of them where they normally live. You can see in the map, they took them from Podkiposti and transported them to Podmerkaru, a nearby island that didn't have them. So they said, I think they took 10 of them, 5 males and 5 females. And they said, here we go. Now they also live on Podmerkaru. And then they left for 30 years because they wanted to see what would happen. So 30 years later, they come back. I mean, I'm sure they were probably intermittently peeping in on them, but scientifically, they didn't come back and actually do any major surveys until 30 years later. And they wanted to see how they'd changed. So the lizards that lived on the original island, Podkiposti, as you can see in this cartoon down here, there's not a lot of vegetation. Mostly what they can eat is the insects that come either from the mainland, they fly over because it's pretty close to Lastovo here, if you can see in the map in the upper right, or just insects don't require as much to survive, so there's a lot more insects than there are plants. In fact, most lizards eat some kind of arthropod. There are very few lizards that are actually herbivorous or like vegetarian, but there are a few. I think a lot of them are iguanas, and they have characteristics that set them apart from other lizards. Namely, they have characteristics in their guts and characteristics in the size of their head and head muscles. Because it takes a lot of energy to sit and chew all day, whereas when you eat a bug, you can just snap it and swallow it. So lizards that are herbivorous tend to have stronger jaws, wider heads, which gives you a stronger bite force in general to actually pull leaves off of stalks, which you don't need that to pull leaves off of stalks in big animals because you're a lot bigger than a leaf. But it would be like you trying to pull a leaf that was the size of a car with just your mouth off of a tree. I mean, you got to have a strong mouth to do that. And then they need changes in their guts too, because if you want to be able to digest stuff like leaves, you need to have specific gut bacteria, and you need to have a really long gastrointestinal system. We see this in every single herbivore, every herbivore that I know of on the planet, right? I was pre-vet for a while. I told you I worked at a vet clinic, but if you do a necropsy or like a dissection on a cow versus a dog's gastrointestinal system from your mouth all the way to the anus is quite short, right? Because it's really easy to digest things like sugars and meat and things like that compared to leaves or grass. It takes a really long time to extract nutrients from them. So that's why a cow has 4 stomachs, and it has this really long circuitous route to maximize the amount of time that it spends in the system before they poop it out. Does that make sense how that works?
Mm-hmm.
Cool. So when they came back and measured the lizards that they'd put on this island that now had a lot of vegetation, the prediction, knowing lizards, is they should probably get more vegetarian. That's what happened. Here's a bunch of measurements of the head length, head width, head height, and bite force of males, females, and juveniles. So this was a change that existed at every stage, regardless of sex and regardless of age. And in these figures that you can see here, the dark color is the new island, and the light color, or the open circle, is the old island. So what you're seeing is head length increases, head width increases, head height increases, and holy mackerel, that bite force really increases. And what's cool about this too is the bite force of males increased more than the bite force of females, because oftentimes what lizards do to, like, when they're fighting over a territory is the males will fight each other by biting and like swinging their head back and forth. So you've got like 2 different types of selection pushing the males into having a stronger bite force. But this existed for the juveniles too. When they cut them open, they found something that's kind of astonishing to me, 2 things that's kind of surprising to have happened in just 30 years. According to the paper, they evolved cecal valves, or like these sort of ridges on the insides of their guts, to slow down the passage of whatever they were eating, so that it would take longer for them to actually digest it. It took longer in general for whatever they ate to pass through their digestive system and then be pooped out, as compared to the original lizards. And the reason is because you have to like hold that in your guts longer in order to actually extract nutrients from it. They were evolving essentially a more vegetarian, a more herbivorous style of gastrointestinal system. But to make matters stranger, when they actually looked at the microorganisms that lived in the guts of these guys, they had different microorganisms, specifically different nematodes, as compared to the original island, that were specifically the type of nematode that helps you break down plant matter. So they had all of the physical traits to help them eat plants as compared to the other original island of lizards. And then the question was, okay, well, are they actually eating plants? So then they had to sit there for a spring and a summer and document what these lizards were eating, for 9 months or whatever. And in fact, while it changes based off of the season, the lizards that lived on Podmerkaru ate way more plants than on the original island, as denoted by this black bar here. And again, yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
I want to make sure I'm understanding this. I'm guessing I'm not. Is it being claimed that these lizards that were moved by chance in 30 years, one of them got a random mutation that just so happened to help them digest these plants?
Essentially, it's an amplification of, this would be the argument, is that it's an amplification of the material that's already there. Mm-hmm. So remember how last time we talked about the ice fish, and the question is, where did that mutation come from? How do you get a random sequence of letters that lets you have blood that doesn't freeze? That seems astronomically unlikely. I mean, that would be like throwing a Scrabble board down and expecting it to spell gastrointestinal system at random. Mm-hmm. It's unbelievably unlikely. But the thing is, when they sequenced the genome of those ice fish, they found the specific enzyme that was responsible. It was a digestive enzyme that had been basically frame shifted, transplanted into the wrong spot of the genome. And in that new space chemically, in addition to a handful of point mutations, I can't remember the number, I said it in the previous lecture, so you can go check it out. It worked similarly to the digestive enzyme, but in a new context with a few tweaks. That's what gave the blood the antifreeze quality. So the argument, as far as I can understand it, for these Italian wall lizards is that they already have wrinkly intestines. What the mutation did here is that the lizards that were present, they have a generation time that's also quite short, about a year, maybe a little bit longer. So it's a similar situation to the moths, where these guys are having this natural variation, and some of the individuals have slightly larger guts or slightly longer guts or slightly wider heads or slightly more narrow heads, whatever. And as we saw with the finches and as we saw with the moths, whatever that selective advantage was massive. It was probably bigger than 0.3. And you saw, hopefully, the difference between an advantage of 1% versus 30% reduces 2,000 years to like 60 years.
Mm-hmm.
So you can have major change if the variation is present and then selected upon. So your question is, was it a brand new mutation? I don't know, and I don't think they've sequenced the genomes of these guys yet to know, but I would bet it's not.
I would bet it's not.
Yeah, my prediction is that what happened is existing variation was amplified or tweaked just on the basis of which lizards were surviving and which lizards were exploiting the plant matter, mating the most and having the most kids. That'd be my guess. And what I would say too is that the nematode thing, the microorganisms, that's easy because those nematodes probably get into the guts of the lizards on the other island all the time. But those nematodes help break down plant matter. If there's no plant matter, they die. So they probably ended up if you went and swabbed the inside of the guts of any of those mainland lizards, I bet you'd find one of these at one point. But that's nothing compared to the full infestation of the gastrointestinal system, the full new gut microbiome of the plant-eating lizards, because the nematodes can survive and thrive in them. So it's like a circumstantial thing. The environment had to change for the nematodes too, but for them, the environment is the guts of the lizards.
Yep, makes sense.
Yeah. So the reason I bring this up isn't as an example of some crazy mutation. The reason I bring this up is because it shows you how much intense physiological, and not just anatomical, but even like the actual what they're eating and how they're breaking down resources can change in 30 years. Or 50 years, 30 years. So this is exactly what you were just saying, right? Is there a limit to what directional selection can produce without the presence of mutations, right? Of new information? How much can you work with just what's already there, right? Humans can be really, really small, and they can also be really, really big. And in some situations, that can actually be really detrimental to their health, but it's still a part of the maximum genotypic range. So there's a lot that you can do with the information that's already there. Once you add in mutations to that information, the limit to change that can happen in a population, especially taking into account that calculus that we just went into, like this is just observation and the math, like previous observations of this kind of change, taking those equations and applying them elsewhere. The change is rapid. So we talked about directional selection. Stabilizing selection is really easy, right? It's just not directional selection. Instead of moving things in one direction, you're keeping things the same, right? The selection for the average phenotype. Population traits are already relatively steady because what exists right there is what works the best. So in the cases of our finches here, we have some medium-beaked finches, thick-beaked finches, and thin-beaked finches. Neither of them are going to be as good effectively of cracking the type of nut that these guys exploit or berry or whatever as that mean that's already present, right? It's an extreme that you're investing resources in that you don't need to. It's kind of like when we were talking about that bone density, the bone density characteristic last time, right? Like having really intense, really wonderful bone density is great if you have the calcium to fuel it. Otherwise, your bones are going to overexert themselves and you might actually end up hurting yourself. There's a really great example of that I have there on the bottom right. We'll talk about that in a second. Stabilizing selection is really common. Some classic examples are like egg size, right? An egg that a bird is going to lay can't be bigger than the mother's pelvic opening, or it's going to kill the mother and the baby. Same thing with humans. There's a really crazy example that I have there of a kiwi where their babies are like, the eggs that they lay are like 22% their own body size. It's insane. Sounds miserable. Fur or feather coverage, we talked about that at the beginning with red foxes. If our red fox's environment is consistent, an individual with long fur might overheat and an individual with short fur might freeze. Those aren't going to be beneficial, and so they're probably going to be selected against. And a really interesting example that I like to bring up is that even mutations that seem like they're like universally beneficial can backfire. So cattle can have a mutation that gives them double muscling. That's what you call it in the ag business. And it is what it sounds like. It's an excessive hypertrophy of the muscles that you already have. No new muscles. It's just the muscles that are there get really, really big. And so that seems like it would be great. Like, let's say you're a male bull and, you want to control this herd of females and prevent males from having access to them. You'd think that it'd be great, like get really big. Why doesn't this exist in all cattle? And the reason is because those muscles take a lot to fuel them metabolically, right? It's kind of like you think about what a bodybuilder eats. Like, it's just an enormous amount of calories that you need to have to be able to fuel these muscles. In the wild, animals that would have this mutation are going to waste away if they don't have the access to the resources to actually feed them. Humans can step in and feed cattle that have double muscling, grain and supplements and whatever, so that they can grow and be fine. But in the wild, you're not going to find those. And so those individuals, even something that seems as like brutally beneficial as like having more muscles, might actually hurt you in the long run. So they'll be selected against. Sexual selection is the third example of natural selection that we tend to talk about. This is selection arising as the result of the preference of one sex for certain characteristics that exist in the other, right? Darwin summarized it by saying selection depends not on the struggle for existence, but on a struggle between males for possession of the females. The result is not death to the unsuccessful competitor, but few or no offspring. So what he's saying there is that it's not enough to just survive. You also have to have more kids than everybody else if you want those genes to pass along. And this can manifest in really interesting ways, right? So over here on the right, we have male dimorphic mandrills, where the male mandrills are like 4 or 5 times the size of the females, right? And the reason is because they're trying to control access to these really hundreds of females, hordes of females. Peacocks, classic example, the males are really beautiful, the females are really drab. The opposite is true too, though. So we have dimorphic species that favor the females. So in leopard seals, females are much larger than males are because having that extra size allows them to stay a lot warmer, especially when they have a nursing pup. So it ends up being really beneficial for the females to be big, not so much for the males because they're solitary animals. The males don't really need to fight for access to the females because there's very rarely 2 males that even encounter each other in the wastes of where they live. And the same is true for anglerfish. So there's a big female anglerfish, and then the arrow is pointing to the male who is just attached to her. He's bitten onto her, and he's going to stay like that for the rest of his life until the female eventually absorbs him. And the females might be studded with many males that they use for their genetic material, right? And the reason makes sense. If you're a male and you live in the dark depths of the abyss where no animals can see anybody else, if you find a female once, you better hold on tight, brother, because you might not get another opportunity. And then males are fighting even less in those situations because they never encounter each other, except maybe attached to a female. In humans, some proposed examples of sexual selection are male facial hair, right? There aren't very many other primates where, actually, I don't think there are any other primates where only one sex has facial hair, right? There are, crab-eating macaques or orangutans where males and females will both have these really big beards, but humans are the only ones where males have the beards and females don't tend to grow them. Likewise, females grow breasts, and in female humans, breasts stay relatively large post-puberty for the rest of their lives. Such is not the case in other mammals where the breasts only really enlarge during lactation when they're trying to feed their babies. And the argument here is that may be a trait that exists in females because males like it, just as beards might exist in males because females like it. It could be as simple as that. And genitals. In humans, in most critters that have sex for more than just reproduction, the argument is that the selection that's going to play a role, right? Like who you choose to mate with and potentially have kids with, intentionally or not, is going to determine the physiology regardless of what we're looking at.
So can you go back? Sorry.
Yeah.
This one makes the least sense to me, just by observing the animal kingdom.
Yeah, dude, this is interesting because I study dimorphism. So tell me, elaborate.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like animals are going to care if they're turned down. They're just going to force themselves onto the female. So
I talk about this in my class sometimes. We don't tend to impose the idea of like consent, or like we don't tend to talk about it in terms of like rape or something in the animal kingdom. But it's actually much rarer than people tend to think. And the reason why is because for a male, what he wants to do is reproduce with as many females as possible. And a female wants to pick the best male to mate with. What that means is that it is not in a male's best interest to try to mate in most species, I should say. There are species that are exceptions to this, obviously. Ducks are a classic example. But in most species, a male isn't going to try to mate with a female who's willing to kill him, because that risks his ability to mate with other females. It's actually easier for a male to woo a female, or at the very least to try to get her attention, to sneak away when the dominant male isn't around, because that doesn't get anybody hurt, and that assures that he not only has offspring with her, but that he can go and have offspring with more females. This is why in animals that are like dimorphic, where males and females have really different traits, like in these guys here, males have those traits because either the females like them, and the reason the females like them is because what the feathers of a peacock are is an overly expensive Rolex, or like a needlessly expensive car. What that says to the female is, wow, he's so healthy that he can afford to have all of these feathers that may even attract the predator and still survive. That's a powerful male. That's the male that I want to be the father of my kids. And so that's why these characteristics that seem really detrimental to the males. I mean, think of the heavy tail of a peacock. Male peacocks can barely fly. Females do it fine, but male peacocks can barely get off the ground. It doesn't matter, because if the females choose specifically to be with those males, those characteristics are the ones that get passed on, right? And it can seem really unintuitive, but this is the way that we've seen it play out in for centuries in watching these animals. And it's the way that we see it play out sometimes in humans, where it's like, if a woman is trying to pick a mate, right, she's trying to pick somebody who she knows can, especially in the olden days before women were really allowed to have jobs and provide for themselves, they want to pick a male who can provide not just for them, but for their offspring, right? So needless expenses for them, that's not typically signaling financial irresponsibility. That's signaling excess, which is something that you might want. And the same is true for the superfluous fat pads that you see in a male orangutan, or the ridiculously long necks that you see in these beetles, or even for the big heavy set antlers that you see in a male moose. And it's just what the female wants. I'll add too that for the sort of males forcing themselves, regardless of whether or not the female wants to, in species that live like in animals in general, some of them will live in groups and some of them live by themselves. In solitary animals, a lot of the times the males and the females are similar sizes, because the males aren't fighting a lot for access to the females because they're solitary. They don't really encounter each other. The species where males fight a lot are the ones where males are trying to get control of big groups of females, right? Harems. We call this polygynous or polygynandrous societies. But the problem for the males in that situation, and I'll focus on primates because that's what I study, is that the females that live in that group, they're all related to one another. And because they're related to one another, you could look at it from an analytical perspective and say they share a lot of the same genes. And so they want to help their sisters and daughters and aunts and things like that pick the best mate, because it influences their fitness too. But what it actually is that they have a group that they live in together, and they swing their weight around as a group. Despite being smaller than the males, these groups of related females, we call them matrilines, will gang up on lone females or lone males or smaller groups of females and push them off feeding sites because they all work together. So what that means is that they know each other. They, for lack of a better term, like each other. And if a male comes in and tries to mate with that female and she's not willing, he'll get mobbed, and sometimes he'll get killed by her entire family because it seems like she's getting hurt. So the sociality plays a really big role in this too. But the long and short of it is just that this is the reason why detrimental or expensive traits fix in males. The ornate tail of a peacock or the heavy set antlers of a deer, if the female likes it, and if the male can't bully himself into mating, because if the female's even remotely similar in size to him, even if she can't kill him, she can do a lot of damage. And that ruins all future potential for him to mate with anybody else. So it's easier to just woo her, or if you don't want to woo her, then you just prevent every single other male from even getting close to her. And then she has to mate with you because there's no one else. And those are the two strategies that you tend to see from males. And you can get polygyandry, or you can get polygyny, or you can get polyandry, or you can get monogamy from those pressures.
Okay, let me tell you where my mind is at. to me, if this is true, and we know fixation takes a long time, we should have examples where something that attracts a female is working its way through the population. And we can show, here's this thing that is new, it's novel, females prefer it. And so it's only in 40% of the population so far, it's only in 60% of the population so far. But the examples I'm seeing, it feels like everyone has it.
So they do, but it's all at varying levels, right? So it may be varying levels of antler size, right? And the females might prefer larger antlers, or it might be varying levels of plumage, right? Like the brightness of the colors of the plumage. But females do actually select for this, right? Typically, they want to pick the mates with the more expensive traits because and maybe you can think of one that I can't think of. I can't think of an example where an expensive trait would signal anything to a female other than he is really healthy. If he can survive, not get eaten by a tiger with a tail that looks like a peacock's, right? Mm-hmm. Why would they select away from that, right? So you would have to have that pressure, that environmental change to actually want that change, to cause that change to actually shift in the other direction. But more importantly, we do have examples of that. There's my favorite example is obviously always with primates, but in baboons, there's a specific group that Robert Sapolsky, a famous primatologist, studied for years of baboons. I'm trying to remember which species it was. I know no one cares besides me, so I'll just put a note in and correct myself with the species later. But it was this group of baboons, and in baboons, they're individuals, but like males are notoriously kind of assholes. Like they're kind of jerks. They throw their weight around. They're a lot bigger than the females are. And so the females can control, like they can prevent themselves from getting taken advantage of or anything by living in those matrilines, those big groups. But if a male can exclude all access to all the other females, he's really their only option. They can sneak away, and they do, right? That the dominant male in a group sires, I think it's something like 70% of offspring usually. So it's like females are sneaking around, but by and large, she's pretty good at excluding them. But in Robert Sapolsky's study group, the males, the males were basically, the baboons in general were raiding a dumpster, a nearby human settlement dumpster. And that human settlement had a breakout of, I think it was tuberculosis. This will come as no surprise, but tuberculosis impacts humans and it also impacts other primates in a similar way. So baboons can get tuberculosis from humans and they die from it for similar reasons as we do. But the thing about this dumpster and the thing about those males is that because the males are bullies, they got the feeding priority, especially the high-ranking males. Even the groups of females will usually respect the rank of these high-ranking males, at least in baboons, not in all primates, but in baboons. So the ones who ate this tuberculosis-ridden refuse it was all high-ranking jerky males. And what that meant is that most of those males died. The ones with that aggressive personality died out. And the only ones who were left were a handful of jerky males and then some of the milder, more docile, amenable males. And now the females are looking at it and they're saying, okay, the jerky males who are trying to keep us mating with them exclusively aren't here anymore. They could exercise choice at this point because those males had gotten out of the way, and they picked the docile males. And they did that for generations. They completely switched their preference, right, to these docile males, in part because they've actually experienced what it was like to have that type of hierarchy, which was much less despotic and more egalitarian. So it's not a physical characteristic, but it is a switch in preference in a relatively intelligent animal. And the reason I would wager that it's not a physical characteristic is because of what I said earlier. It's not very common that you're going to find selection away from a very gaudy characteristic because it kind of has a universal signal.
Okay, I'm going to keep thinking about this, but there's something that's still not clicking for me. We don't have to talk about it, but I will mention it just in case you want to send me an email.
Sure. Give me your thoughts and I'll write it down and I'll shoot you an email. We can break it down a little further.
Yeah, great. So just the two examples on the screen. Okay, so let's say these female peacocks like this plume. That's what they find attractive in males. If one male somewhere gets some tiny mutation that has a minor change, I don't even know what that would look like. None of these other females are going to know about it. They're not really going to care because they're already attracted to the plume. So, and the same with the antlers, right? If one deer or elk gets a slightly larger rack, the rest of the females are not going to know or care. So I am struggling to see how fixation would ever happen when the changes are going to be so minor. Like I just don't see a female deer being like, his rack is slightly larger, therefore that's all I care about and like anymore.
Yeah, that's a fair question. And usually those types of changes aren't slow and gradual like that. Like it's not like the peacock is going to have one extra spot, right? Like remember when we talked about in mutations that one single point mutation can cause a major change. You remember that? So these feathers all develop identically. So if there was a mutation, this is hypothetical. Let's say there was a mutation in the development of that male peacock, and it's at the very earliest part of development, which incidentally, when we talk about body plan changes and Hox genes, those Hox gene mutations have to happen early if they're to actually change the body plan. This is a great example of that. And instead of having 1, 2, 3, let's say instead of having 6 or 7 of those eye spots, this male actually accidentally has a mutation of the gene that tells those spots to form. And let's say that mutation causes a duplication of the entire gene. We know that happens. We talked about examples last time with duplications of entire genes. Oftentimes when that happens, it causes an amplification of whatever effect that gene was originally doing. So in this case, our hypothetical case with these peacocks, you don't get one more spot. You get double the amount of spots. And females are definitely going to notice that. The same would be true for the antlers, right? I mean, we've got fossil elk, fossil cervids, where I mean, the rack is just unbelievable. It's bigger than anything that exists today. Irish elk, we'll talk about them later. And I don't think anybody would say that those Irish elk aren't related to modern day elk, right? Or to modern day deer. Most people would accept that those guys are probably related to one another, which would mean that that change had to happen in one of those lineages by everybody's account of how populations change. But we can email me. We'll get into this further.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah. Okay, so we've talked about all of this. We've talked about all the different types of selection. And the take home that I want you to hear from this is that natural selection is really, really powerful. And these changes can happen fast. It doesn't matter if the change is big or if the change is small. If the change impacts the fitness a lot, it'll happen fast. And if the change impacts the fitness a little bit, it'll happen slow. And if it doesn't impact the fitness at all, there's probably not going to be any change. So mutations, as we talked about last time, provide the new variation for populations, but the environment, the temperature, the terrain, the predators, the food availability, the preference of males or the preference of females, competition within or between species, all of that is going to decide whether that variant is going to stay or whether it's going to go. That's all natural selection is. It's just when a variant shows up, how does it impact that individual's ability to survive to adulthood and reproduce compared to other individuals? And over time, that's what's going to cause a turnover or change in population. So let's say we have this peppered moth here. Mutation is what's giving us that variation. Let's say in this one moth, for whatever reason, she lays a bunch of eggs, and let's say she lays 3 of them, just to keep it simple. They have a lot more than that. But one of them's white, one of them is gray, and one of them is dark, right? Let's say these guys live in our industrial revolution, London. If these guys each have 1 to 3 offspring of their own, the offspring of this moth, depending on the resources they feed on, that's just to give us a viable reason for why they're going to vary a little bit in how many kids they have. Maybe the white moths, maybe just by chance, the white moth that we see here eats a ton and has a ton of kids, and maybe the black one, even though it's better in the environment, doesn't. Like chance can play a role, and we're going to talk about that here in a second. But let's just play this out first. Let's say that instead of the Industrial Revolution, they live in a forest by a volcano, and this volcano has just become active, and now it's just spewing black ash all over the place, and it's getting into the trees. And just like in the Industrial Revolution, the moth's primary predator is a bird. Let's just say, let's let it play out. Let's say our first moth gives birth to those 3, and then these 3 moths each have 1 kid each. Maybe the volcano's really nasty and it kills a lot of the trees, and so the first generation, maybe there's not a lot to go around. They can only all have 1 kid each. But these moths are still living, since we know this volcano in our example here is active for decades, these moths are still living in an area that has like a lot of black trees. So a bird spots that white moth just 1 generation after it initially shows up and eats it. And now there are no more white moths, right? This is an overly simplistic example, but just to demonstrate what's going on. Now, the other two moths have access to the resources that that white moth was not using. They have 2 kids each. And compared to the darker moths, the bird, which still prefers to eat moths, can now see the light gray one easier than the black, right? It's not that it can see the gray one easy, but it can see it better than the black moth. And so since there's no more white moths, it preys on that black moth, but it doesn't get all of them in one generation. It just gets a couple of them. So now everybody reproduces again, but there's more black moths than gray moths, so they have more offspring in comparison. That gray moth only has 1. The bird is still hunting, right? These birds, generation to generation, are still preying on the moths. They get the moth again. And then maybe they also are getting kind of desperate and they're getting a little bit better. Maybe their eyesight is getting a little bit better too. There's selection going on for the birds as well. And so maybe they get a little better at spotting the black moths too. So they get 1 black moth, 1 gray moth, but it doesn't matter because the gray moths are out of the population. And now our population has shifted from being gray to being black. Mm-hmm. You can model it, right? You can model it using that same equation from before. And it's just like we've modeled this simplistically here, due just to the predation from pressure, or just due to pressure being from predation. But you could do anything. You could pick anything from a mutation. Maybe it impacts how they feed or how they grow or how they reproduce or how the females look compared to the males or the males look compared to the females. And if it impacts reproduction, it will impact how these alleles are changing over time within the population, because necessarily it's going to impact how they reproduce in comparison to each other. Mm-hmm. So you asked this question last time. You said, and I pulled this directly from the transcript, you said, say there's 1 million of some creature on the earth. Okay, they're clearly thriving because there's 1 million of them. They've been able to reproduce no problem. None of them have anything wrong with them. One of them gets a mutation, and that mutation is beneficial. And none of the other 999,999 have them. They don't have it. They don't have the mutation. No evolution argues for that. I agree. You say, why do the other ones go extinct? They don't. They just don't reproduce as well as that one with the mutation does, generation to generation. So the first generation, you might have like 1% more of our mutated moth. Let's say we're doing moths again. And then the next generation, maybe it's 2%. But as you saw with Haldane's equation, it's exponential. So the edge is small at first, and then it goes from 2% maybe to 5, and from 5 to 10, from 10 to 20, and from 20 to 50. And before you know it, the second half of that shift, of that turnover in population is pretty quick. So I took your numbers and I plugged them into our fitness equation with a couple of different assumptions. The first time I assumed that our mutated moth, for example, has a 1% fitness advantage. That would take, with 1 million individuals, 2,901 years, really 2,902 years for that turnover. That's assuming that they all live for 1 year, right? We're assuming these are like bugs or something like that. That is still really, really damn fast for a selective edge of 1%. So I upped it. I said, okay, let's say it's 30%. It dropped to 97 years. Okay, what about 50%? It's 50% advantage just for that critter with the 1 mutation, 58 years. So the calculus for this, again, modeled after real organisms that we've observed, it shows an exponential change depending on how beneficial it is. And then I kept listening to what you were saying in that talk, and you said something else that's really important, because nature isn't perfect, chance is at play too. So let's say we've got the same situation. We've got our same situation with our moths, has these 3 kids. They have their kids. First moth, the white moth, is still easily seen by the bird, so it gets eaten. But let's say that this isn't just any area next to an active volcano. Let's say this is like Pompeii or something, and there's humans living nearby. And a human is just walking around in the forest, and they step on that really highly fitness advantaged black moth. They step on it, right? Totally unrelated to being spotted by birds. And it doesn't have to be a human. A rock could fall on it, or it could catch a disease, or it could drown in the water. Anything could happen. If that first black moth is squished by a human, the grays take over, right? Chance can always be at play here. And that is a phenomenon called genetic drift. Our third example, our third sort of mechanism of evolution. This is random fluctuations in allele frequency from generation to generation, just due to stuff happening, regular chance, picking mates, location, natural disasters, things of that nature. And this effect, as I hope will be obvious here in a second, is way, way, way stronger in little populations than it is in big populations. So as an example, genetic drift has two sort of effects that we tend to teach. The first is the founder effect, and the second is the bottleneck effect, but they work exactly the same way. Let's say we have a population of 100 moths, and they live in a forest by the ocean. There's a mutation, just one moth, that goes from regular to having little stripes, right? Maybe it's a slight fitness benefit, maybe it's a big one, it doesn't matter. It just has one mutation in that moth, but that moth is only 1 out of 100, right? It's going to take a lot longer for this individual to sort of proliferate through the population than if the population was smaller. But let's say, as sometimes happens, a storm splits off a small population. The flock is flying, as butterflies sometimes do, and we get one and it gets tossed off into the middle of the ocean, right? They're flying, but the wind is strong. And so they fly to the nearest land, and it's a little island. And of those 10, 1 out of 10 happens to be the striped one. So now the percentage, the ratio of that stripy individual compared to the regular isn't 1 in 100, it's 1 in 10. And it is now way easier for that characteristic to drift to fixation. Just by virtue of the math, there's fewer individuals, it's going to have more success mating. Some examples of the founder effect in real life are just classic in humans, right? Anytime a human population just migrates in history to a new area, you're taking a big population, carving off a smaller piece, and sending them off somewhere on their own. Their mating options and the overall genetic diversity in that smaller pool is way lower than it was in the parent population. You can look at it in bighorn sheep. This was modeled genetically of the founder effect in this population of sheep on Tiburon Island. They're less genetically diverse than their mainland counterparts. Or you can look at this really cool example of the blued fugits, I think I'm pronouncing that right, who are this isolated family from Kentucky, and they have this mutation. It's a recessive mutation that impacts some genes that are responsible for skin pigmentation and circulation and things like that, and it gives them blue skin. Like they just have blue skin. And in the 1820s, they kind of go off by themselves into the the middle of nowhere in the mountains in Kentucky, and they kind of isolate themselves up there. And because they're inbreeding, right, which tends to happen when there's not very many options, you end up mating with cousins or, God forbid, siblings. That characteristic became more common in that family than it was when they first moved there. Luckily, they ended up mingling in with everybody else, and I think they also have medication that you can take to get rid of the blue skin. The bottleneck effect is another example of genetic drift. So let's say instead of wind, we have our moths, and there's our mutation, and this guy's still 1 in 100, but now there's a wildfire instead. And that wildfire kills 90 out of 100 moths. But our little stripy moth was one of the survivors. So now, just like with the founder effect, now he's 1 in 10 instead of 1 in 100. And because that trait made it through that catastrophic event by sheer chance in this example, it's going to be a lot easier for that trait to become more common. In real life, genetic bottlenecks are caused by major catastrophes like impact events or plagues, deadly diseases that spread through the population. Human hunting, as we saw with our elephants, can massively impact the presence of the health of a population. But natural disasters can do the same thing, right? Even locally, like if you have like a little tiny population of moths and that's the only place they live in the world is on this one little beach, and then you get a tidal wave or volcanic eruption or something, like they're toast. The only the ones that make it through, that's the entire genetic diversity of that population, of that species now. And in real life, we're watching this play out right now. Tasmanian devils have this really weird form of facial cancer, and this facial cancer can spread by touch. So these Tasmanian devils were just spreading it like crazy to one another. The Tasmanian devils that have any kind of immunity or any type of resistance to that facial cancer are going to survive, whereas the facial cancer kills those that contract it. They're going to be the ones that reproduce, have their own kids, right? And that resistance is going to come to characterize a huge portion of that Tasmanian devil population. Looking back into the past, modern day cheetahs underwent a bottleneck effect tens of thousands of years ago. And the reason we know this is because when we look at the genetics of modern cheetahs, they're all genetically just about equivalent to twins, which is insane to think about. I mean, their population must have been reduced to just maybe 1,000 individuals at some point. And we can compare their genetic diversity to other populations to see whether or not a bottleneck effect has, or a bottleneck event has characterized the population.
Can you go back?
Yes.
What did you say about cheetahs again?
Cheetahs are all really genetically similar to one another. The colloquial what I usually see it as, like when people have explained it to me or when I've read it, is that they are essentially like genetically twins. That's how, not exactly, but it's close to that. Like they are very, very similar to one another genetically, because that diversity has been culled out of that population. It's a sad deal, and they're trying to like boost that genetic diversity back up, but their numbers must have been reduced really low, and they were in closely related individuals would have had to interbreed with one another. There just wasn't as much variation.
Now, aren't humans all 99% similar genetically?
Humans are 99.9% similar to one another when you look at the protein coding regions. That number drops when you look at the entire genome. That's a story for another time, but suffice it to say, humans are really, really similar to one another, more so than most critters that live on this planet. Like we have really low genetic diversity. We're higher than cheetahs by quite a bit, right? But
we are. That's what I was going to ask.
Yes, we are higher than cheetahs by quite a bit. In fact, we're higher than bonobos, a close relative of chimpanzees. We have higher genetic diversity than quite a few animals on this planet, but we're definitely on the lower end of things.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, I was going to talk about that next. Humans have undergone genetic bottlenecks that have reduced our population to the range that I see usually is a couple of thousand individuals. I don't know. I've seen different ranges. Some people will say like 1,000 to 10,000. But earlier today, when I was brushing up on this, I saw one figure that was like maybe like 50,000 to 100,000, which seemed high to me. But based off of the genetic diversity that we have and the genetic diversity of ancient DNA that we've been able to sequence, the estimation for when this bottleneck happened was 800 to 900,000 years ago. So just shy of 1 million years is the estimation for the most recent bottleneck that affected humans. But a much more recent bottleneck impacted our close cousins, the Neanderthals. So you probably know Neanderthals. You've probably heard Neanderthal. That's usually how people say it. Or that's oftentimes how people say it. They're really, really similar to humans, right? Like we share a lot with them genetically, but we are genetically distinct from them. Like they don't fall within our genetic variation. They're like genetically their own thing. And originally they had pretty high genetic diversity, but as humans moved into their various areas where they lived, as the climate changed, as a lot of different things happened, the Neanderthal populations became more and more fragmented, which we can tell again by sequencing not just the genome of one Neanderthal, but of over 24 Neanderthals. I think it's 24. I think that's where the number is now. And so we can chart through time using ancient DNA, like we have one from 40,000 years ago, maybe one from 60,000 years ago, one from 100,000 years ago. And we watch the genetic diversity plummet as inbreeding and homozygosity, which is the term you use to sort of characterize inbreeding and low genetic diversity, climbs in the genomes of these guys. That corresponds with the fossils that we find of them being increasingly isolated from humans as humans moved into their areas, and as I said earlier, as the climate changed and locked them away places and pushed them into other places. And what scientists think happened there essentially is that as they were pushed further and further away from other such populations, they were forced to inbreed with one another, which led to an increase in homozygosity, which led to an increase in mortality. They started having all of these issues, supposedly. And many scientists will argue that that contributed at least to their extinction. It may not have caused it completely. That's still a little bit of a mystery, but it contributed to it. But it's cool because we can like sequence their genome and see how diverse were they compared to us, especially at the end of their tenure. So summary of the bottleneck effect and the founder effect, basically just if you take a chunk off of a population and it's a smaller chunk, the effects of genetic drift are going to be higher in that smaller population as compared to the bigger population. Pretty intuitive stuff. Genetic drift is simplistically the role that chance plays in the gene pools of populations. So you said, I think it was last lecture or the lecture before, you were like, But like, what if something random just happened? Like, what if the fittest individual in the world and like a rock falls on them? That might happen. Like that could happen. That probably has happened before. But it's when it doesn't. And if it's a fitness advantage, the odds of a chance of it killing them as compared to them surviving to adulthood, it's pretty skewed in their favor. That doesn't mean it never happens. It just means it's helpful to them.
Unless they're juveniles.
Yeah, unless they're juveniles. Yeah, that's true. Which is why it's a lot easier to observe this type of rapid evolutionary change in organisms that have a ton of kids. And the other side of that is that if you only have a few, and this is universal across the animal kingdom, at least as far as I know it, when you only have one kid, you take really good care of them, right? Like when animals have a small number of offspring, those offspring stay with their parents for longer. So it's a lot harder for them to be eaten by a rare predator. Like leopard moms, for example, might have I think their litters are usually 3 to 6. And so what they do is they move their kittens every day. They pick up all their kittens and they move them to different rock shelters so that they can't get preyed upon by big predators when they're not home. Animals have really interesting strategies to avoid genetic drift or predation, things like that.
Yes, cetaceans only have one offspring. There's almost never do they have twins.
Same with chimps and same with orangutans. And in orangutans, orangutan babies, they stay with their mom for as late as 12 years, right? Like they stay with their moms forever. And the ones who stay with their moms longer survive at a higher rate than those that don't, because they learn more skills from their mom. And they also have an extra set of eyes on the lookout for predators. So having fewer kids may help you in some way. Like these are two viable strategies for getting your offspring to the next generation. If you're a female, you either have a ton of them and then you sayonara, you head to the store to get milk, or you stay with them and you raise them for as long as you possibly can and give them the best possible chance of survival. But if you're going to do that, you can only have a couple of them because you can't, a frog mom couldn't give close attention to 10,000 babies. It's just not doable. And certainly you couldn't provision them with food, which is what mammal moms tend to do more often. Okay, so mutations provides the new variation, but the environment decides whether or not, decides in quotes, whether or not the variant is going to stay or go. That's natural selection. But the random fluctuation of the alleles, gene variants in populations is, by chance events, that's genetic drift. Mutations, natural selection, and genetic drift, along with long amounts of time or short amounts of time, depending on the generation time in question, may eventually lead to new species. So what is a species? So over here to the left, you have a primate phylogenetic tree, and a phylogenetic tree sounds intimidating. All it is a family tree at the species level. And this little box here is a group of cercopithecoids. That's a specific group of monkey, a type of old world monkey. They live in Asia and they live in Africa. And there are a lot of different types of them, and I like them, and I think they're cool. Species are often used as the basic unit of evolution, but I'd put an asterisk there because sometimes we look at populations too. I would say population is the lowest, but speciation is the most common. So, what is a species? You have individuals. There's such thing as an individual, and individuals make up populations. Multiple individuals form a population, which is an identifiable group of the same individual, or of individuals, of the same species. Maybe they live in different areas. Maybe they live in the same areas. It doesn't matter. This is either one population or two populations, but these guys are all the same thing. A subspecies is a collection of populations distinguished by unique features. Maybe it's the tuft at the end of their tail, or the way that their fingernails curl, or the way that their brow slopes. They're just collections of populations that have distinguishing characteristics, usually based off of where they live, but they can all still interbreed with one another. And that's typically what we define a species as, a group of interbreeding populations that are reproductively isolated from other such groups. So if all of these little populations of monkey that I've drawn here can interbreed with each other, the biological species concept would say same species. This is the most commonly taught species concept, and the reason is because it makes intuitive sense. Over there, you have a little mustelid, and then you have a ferret or a stoat, and then you have a whale, and then you have a turtle, and you have a wolf. A wolf can't interbreed with a turtle. A wolf can't interbreed with a ferret or a stoat. A ferret or a stoat can't interbreed with a whale, right? But they also don't have the opportunity to do any of that. but they don't interbreed, and we can firmly look at these things, and I think everybody can agree they're different. If two organisms can and do mate and produce fertile offspring, we consider them, according to the biological species concept, to be the same species, right? This typically is going to be emphasizing the ability to reproduce as a means by which we group animals together and say that's a distinct cluster of something. The problem is it gets complicated. So down here we have a western meadowlark and an eastern meadowlark. They sing different songs and they have different behaviors, and so they can't and won't interbreed with one another. I don't know if you inseminated, like if you went in and you were like, I'm going to like take the egg and the sperm and put them together in a lab, if they could. I would bet the answer is probably yes. But you can put them in captivity, they won't do it. They don't recognize each other as a potential mate. So the biological species concept is really helpful, but it's not perfect. The first problem with it is that many animals can and will hybridize under rare or specific conditions. And these are animals that we would say those are definitely two different species. So like sheep and goats can produce viable offspring sometimes. Lions and tigers can produce viable offspring sometimes. Grizzly bears and polar bears can produce viable offspring sometimes. And camels and llamas apparently can produce viable offspring sometimes. So how would you define those as species? Like no one's going to look at any of those pairs and say that those are the same thing. They're clearly distinct in some way. The biological species concept sort of falters here. The biological species concept also has trouble with ring species, which we'll talk about here in a second. And it also struggles with how to deal with asexually reproducing organisms, right? So like, let's say you reproduce just by making a clone of yourself, and you clone yourself every time. And because you're cloning yourself, there's still mutations happening between you and maybe one of your clones, or that clone and the next clone, because we know DNA replication and protein synthesis isn't perfect. So how do you decide when you've gotten a new species? One mutation, 2, 3, 10, 100? It gets a little dicey. So let's look at the problem with the biological species concept with deer first, or American cervids. The white-tailed deer has a lot of different subspecies. Hunters can tell you the difference. I can't. To me, I look at these, I'm like, that's a white-tailed deer. But these are all 4 specific subspecies. And in fact, there's even more subspecies than that live across the central and eastern United States. Mule deer are on the west coast, and they're really, really similar to white-tailed deer, but they're not exactly identical. First of all, they rarely try to mate with white-tailed deer, because the question is, are white-tailed deer and mule deer the same species or not? Like, even according to the biological species concept, are they? Well, first, they rarely mate because their ranges barely overlap, but sometimes they do. The problem is when they do, usually males are born sterile, but females aren't. So they're sometimes fertile when they have offspring, but not always. So why is the mating success of these two species inconsistent? We have to ask the question, what's actually preventing the species from reproducing or having viable offspring? It may be a pre-mating isolating mechanism. So it may be that the birds, like in the case with our birds, they don't recognize each other as a potential mate. It could be that they don't live in the same place. Like for all we know, a jaguar and a leopard could produce viable offspring. I don't know if they can or not, but jaguars live in South America and leopards live in Africa. So they're never going to encounter one another. They're an ocean away. So it could be location, it could be no attraction, it could be physical incompatibility of the genitals. So we used to think there were like 5 species of bush baby or galago, right? There's a little tiny primate that lives in mostly in Africa, but a few they get a little bit abroad than that. But when people started looking at them closely, they would notice that you could have a male and a female of a bush baby in the same tree and they'll never mate, even though they look really, really similar. So what they started doing is dissections of these bush babies when they would capture them or when they would shoot them and die or whatever. And they found out that their genitals were really, really divergent. So even though they look really similar on the outside, on the inside, not so much. So somebody, I do not know for the life of me who, illustrated the genitals of these galagos and members of Galagoides here. So it could be like a lock and key problem. Even though those 2 bush babies looked similar, they literally could not put 2 and 2 together. It could be a post-mating isolating mechanism. So in the case of some of our guys, like a mule and a horse, for example, or a donkey and a horse, most of the time their offspring are sterile, but they can mate, and like the sperm will inseminate the egg, and like development will happen and you'll end up with a donkey. So maybe the offspring is sterile, Or maybe insemination can happen, but division never starts. Maybe the egg will gate check the sperm. So the sperm tries to penetrate the egg and the egg says no and chemically destroys it or just chemically rejects it. It could be that development starts and then there's a miscarriage, right? Like all of these are various levels that can occur in species to prevent viable offspring. So offspring sterility is usually what the biological species concept relies on, but horses and donkeys can make a mule, and mules can sometimes be fertile. It's rare, but it happens. Lions can mate with tigers and produce ligers. I actually think that's an AI picture, so I apologize to everybody. I grabbed it this afternoon, and now that I'm looking at it, I think it's AI. But ligers are a real thing. But ligers are sometimes, the combination of male lions and female tigers can sometimes produce viable offspring, but not always. And then again, there was the case with our white-tailed deer and our musk deer. So are these animals different species or not? Right? Are horses a different species from donkeys? Are male lion or are lions a different species from tiger? I would say yes, right? So the question is, why can they mate, but only sometimes? Ring species are a problem too. So like, let's say we have 3 species of salamander. I drew a little picture here where we have A, B, and C, and a river cuts through their habitat and separates A from B from C. A lives to the north, B is on a little island, and C is to the south. When we look at them and we go out there and capture a bunch of them and put them in a little terrarium. And A and B, the green and the pink, let's say they can reproduce. And let's say B and C can reproduce. But let's say A and C can't or won't. This is happening right now, right? In a real population of California salamanders out in the West. It's called a ring species because it makes a little ring where those who are directly adjacent can interbreed and do interbreed and produce viable offspring. But if you're more than one habitat removed, you can't anymore, right? You've become reproductively isolated. So the biological species concept, like you wanted to say, like let's say you said, okay, well, A and B are the same species, but C is different. But nope, because B and C can reproduce. Well, okay, maybe B and C are the same species and A is different. It's like, no, because B and A can reproduce. You see where this becomes a problem. And then, as I said earlier, you have a problem with asexually reproducing animals. Like, how do you use the biological species concept on something that clones itself? Do you say it's 1 mutation or 10 or 20? It becomes an issue. Finally, it becomes a huge issue with fossils, right? Like when we look in the fossil record and we try to define a species, it's a total mess. If you look at these 2 guys that I've got on the screen right now, the average person is going to go, look, it's Tyrannosaurus Rex. And it's like, nope, the one on the left is Nanotyrannus and the one on the right is T-Rex. And they're different in size, but they also have minute differences in how their teeth develop. And you might say, okay, well, that's a stupid reason to define a species. Right? That's just a little tiny physical difference in their physical characteristics. Why would you use that to define different species? And the reason is because the skull of a gray wolf and the skull of a maned wolf, who both live today, are minutely different. They share a ton of similarities, but on the whole, they're really, really, really similar. They can't reproduce and have viable offspring at all. In fact, they have different chromosome numbers, right? So it's like tiny differences in the skulls actually a lot of times does indicate that you're looking at 2 different species, but not always, because we got a tiger and a lion in the upper right there. Those things look identical in a lot of ways, but there are tiny little differences, just like with these other groups, and they can and sometimes do produce viable offspring. So you end up with a quandary again, like how does the biological species deal with this? Because you can't go back in time. You can't watch these guys reproduce. So usually with fossils, we use something called an evolutionary species concept, which is a lineage of ancestral to descendant populations that maintains its identity from other such lineages, has a unique tendency and evolutionary fate. Like we'll get into that more when we talk fossils later, but it works decently well. Even it's still not perfect.
Can you imagine if we never saw a live dog and we dug all of them up, how many species it would be?
I agree, but the problem is, according to the biological species concept, some dogs are different species from one another because a Chihuahua and a Great Dane, they can't have kids without in vitro insemination, right? And we don't know the things that, thank God, we don't know the things that humans could potentially form viable offspring with in vitro fertilization. No one's done it, but that's something that lurks in the back of your mind. So this is a real problem, right? The species problem is a real problem, but it's not a problem for evolution. It's a problem for humans because we like to categorize things. In fact, evolution doesn't just predict that species should be hard to define, it necessitates that species should be hard to define. If species were easy to define, that would be a great case for created groups because there would be easily definable boundaries between groups that can be clocked and measured. But those don't exist. Zakos et al., or no, this is Zakos alone in 2016, outlines it, and he says, 25% and 10% of plants and animals, respectively, are involved in some kind of hybridization and potential introgression with other species, right? Like, that's an insane amount. He talks about how notorious examples for hybridizing are in deer, in hares, so like rabbits and things like that, and in dogs. And I want to take a second and draw a comparison because evolution in species and the difficulty of defining species is analogous to the evolution of languages. So here we have the spread of Latin there on the left, and then we have a phylogenetic tree from a different source. So it's not a one-to-one to what you're looking at here, but you could make that one-to-one very easily of languages from Latin on the right. Right? This is based off of historical records, when these languages first emerged, who was using them, and most importantly, where they were being used. We can look at this, we can pore over every document that has ever existed. There is no first speaker of Italian. You can't find them. The first person who spoke recognizable Italian today would be understandable by an Italian person today, right? So how do you actually differentiate when one language becomes another? Let me get into this a little bit more in depth. Take English. You have Old English, Middle English, and Early Modern English, and Late Modern English. And according to linguists, this happens from 450 AD to 2000 or present day. On the left here, you can see a list of some words that have changed, evolved, descent with modification, so been passed from generation to generation with little tweaks over time. Look at the word rings. Right? We have the word ring today, and I got one on my finger. It's my wedding ring, right? The word ring means this little finger circle. Middle English people would have said ringes, and Old English speakers would have said hringas. Void of any context, if you said hringas to me, I would have no idea what you were talking about. Even if you wrote it out, I would have no idea what you were talking about. However, hringas has a lot of similarities with hringes or with ringes, and ringes has a lot of similarities with rings. So theoretically, I could understand a Middle English speaker a little bit, not an Old English speaker. And an Old English speaker could understand a Middle English speaker a little bit, but not a New English speaker, right? This is, and I'll show you here, like here, these guys maybe could understand each other, and maybe these guys could understand each other, and maybe these guys could understand each other. Descent with modification of languages, word by word, is directly analogous to how reproductive isolation shows up by tweaking gene after gene in species of critters, right? Where A and B can reproduce and B and C can reproduce, but A and C, there's too much distance and they haven't been able to exchange genes that whole time. Changes in languages accumulate slowly, just as mutations in organisms do. And the problem is, like, I can read, you were probably the same as me, Will. Like, I had to read a lot of Shakespeare in high school. It's like, I can read Shakespeare, but Shakespeare isn't Old English. I have trouble understanding it. If you give me an Old English text, not a shot. So Old English and Late Modern English, probably not going to be able to hold an easy conversation. And that's analogous to A and C. Eventually, two speakers of previously compatible languages will be unable to understand one another, just as species will reproductively isolate. And this is an analogy, but it's one that works really well because words change one at a time and not at the same rate. Like, you can look in this little dictionary here, the word fraga, I think I could probably suss out what that means in Old English. But some of these, I have no idea because words change at different rates, just like genes do. And understanding languages, which you can think of as the genome, right? That occurs, but there's no first speaker, just as there's no first member of a given species. And Darwin predicted this himself. The father of evolutionary theory was the first one to point this out all the way back in 1856, prior to the release of On the Origin of Species. This is before he even put the book out. And he writes to his friend Joseph Hooker. He says, "It is really laughable to see what different ideas are prominent in various naturalist minds when they speak of species. In some dissent, the key in some sterility and an unfailing test." So some people are using sterility, while others aren't worth a farthing. So some ideas have some merit, others don't. He says it all comes, I believe, from trying to define the undefinable. So evolution being a change in allele frequency in populations over time, species should be impossible to define as outlined by the guy who pointed out evolution in the first place. And to bring this back to what we were talking about with regard to speciation and this being a problem for evolution, I would argue that it isn't. Again, predictions are kind of important. That being recognized early on is key. But remember who invented species in the first place. It was Linnaeus, brilliant mind, absolutely phenomenal scientist. But because of the time that he lived in, he argued that species were fixed as originally created groups. Every species was unique. There's a quote from him where he talks about how every species is as it was in the garden. This idea, as well as its modern, broader kinds iteration, which allows some change in created groups, but not change between these created groups, specifically predicts that there should be some kind, any kind of standard boundary that we can discover that separates created groups, like standard across the tree of life, species, families, kinds, whatever group we want to call it. That distinction should exist. There's a picture that I pulled from AIG that sort of illustrates for people who may not know sort of the creationist perspective of how these created kinds might work. And I would add that the reason why you can't use the biological species concept for this, for the reason, in addition to the reasons that I just explained, is that we've watched reproductive isolation emerge, like we did with the salamanders. So it's like, it can't be reproductive isolation if nature can do that now, right? Or if it is, then it's indecipherable. So we haven't found this boundary. Instead, as evolution predicts, organisms undergo descent with modifications as languages do. Speciation is incomplete, it's inconsistent, and it's messy. So here's an example of our ring species here. We have an original population on the left-hand side. One goes around one side of the geographic barrier, call it a mountain or a lake, and the other one goes around the other side. There's slight changes in the color, mutations that give it slightly different color. Even though every individual that's directly adjacent to one another can interbreed, by the time you get to the end, the two descendants are fully reproductively isolated and they can't exchange genes anymore. So how does this happen, right? Like, how do new species form? Cartoon forest. I'm just going to rehash what we already did. We got a cartoon forest here. Let's say a parent species of some kind of monkey lives in this forest. But one day the river reroutes, right? There's our little monkey. The river reroutes and cuts the habitat in half. Monkeys are notoriously bad swimmers. Well, most monkeys are notoriously bad swimmers. So we have a split population that can't meet in the middle. They can't exchange genes anymore. One on the left side is having its own mutations, and then one on the right side are having its own mutations. But those mutations aren't happening in the same place, because remember, mutations are probabilistic, but they're pretty random. Like, the odds that you're going to get the same exact mutation in both populations with billions of base pairs is not that high. So these guys are accumulating their own changes, and they're not sharing those changes with each other because they can't interbreed. So over time, this geographic barrier fragments their population, isolating them. This is technically called a vicariance event. And they're going to accumulate new mutations. Give it, these guys aren't moths, so give it 100,000 years instead of 50, and you're going to end up with new species here. You could do it, that's called allopatric speciation, where you end up with a parent and then two distinct daughters. But you can also have peripatric speciation, where you have a parent species range. Here comes our river, it reroutes, but it only cuts off a small portion. So that small portion is going to change, but the bigger portion has enough variation within it that it's still exchanging all these alleles. It's going to stay relatively the same amongst itself if the environment stays the same. The last mechanism of evolution is very quick, and it's what happens if the barriers that split populations disappear. That's called gene flow. This is the introduction of alleles or gene variants from one population to another, thanks to migration and mating. So if we have these tan mice and black mice, like our pocket mice, for example, they're separated by a river, then the river dries up. We're assuming that these guys descend from the same parent population. Because the river dries up, the black mouse can cross the river, exchange genes with the tan mice, and they will maintain that similar species identity because they're checking in with each other, genetically speaking. when I was giving this pitch to my mom this morning, the way that I explained it is like, we've all had friends, like from high school or from college, and you're when you're living in the same town as each other, you're hanging out all the time. You're being best buds. You're going to movies and bars and whatever. And then after college or after high school, one of you moves away or both of you move away, and you're living in different places. If you want to maintain that friendship, you have to see each other every now and again, or you have to call a lot. Otherwise, you'll start to grow apart. And if you give it 10 years without ever talking to one another, maybe you won't be not friends anymore, but you'll certainly not be anywhere nearly as close as you were 10 years prior. So the lack of gene flow or the exchange of genes between populations will lead to the accumulation of reproductive isolating mechanisms. But if you take away that geographic barrier, then those two populations, even if they're split some of the time, can exchange genes again. And we call that a hybrid zone. And that is happening right now with those same baboons that I was talking about earlier, right? Everywhere you see an X is a hybrid zone. If you look at these baboons, anybody would look at these things and tell you that they're really different species. And if you're a primatologist and you watch how they behave, they're really different species. But they can, and very rarely do, exchange genes along these hybridization spots. So we can go back to our deer question. Remember, we asked the question, why was that mating inconsistent? Why can they have kids sometimes? And the reason is because, as you can see, the mule deer population almost fits onto the white-tailed deer population like a puzzle piece. And that's because the Rocky Mountains are their geographic barrier. And it prevents them from exchanging genes most of the time, but not all the time. So the reproductive isolation, the full speciation, is in progress right now, but it's not done. So, last little concept here. There are patterns and tempo of evolutionary change, right? So technically we call when you have a parent species that splits into a daughter species and one kind of goes off on its own, that's called cladogenesis, because genesis means origin, and a clade is a group. So it's the origin of a new group. Likewise, you might have some species that undergo anagenesis. This is a single population, and it just accumulates change over time. It just changes slowly over time as mutations do, right? And eventually it's going to be a distinct thing from its parent. And like when we looked back at that ring species around that geographic barrier, the descendant and the parent, if you were to get a time machine, probably couldn't interbreed. But we don't know that for sure. Likewise, there are tempos of evolution. Darwin was originally a big fan of this idea of gradualism. This is the idea that all evolution is slow, continuous change over time. Sometimes it's accompanied by these new branches. Sometimes it happens in a single lineage. So you can see in this little picture, I drew these baboons. One goes one direction and gets a longer tail very slowly over time, and the other one loses its tail. This is what we see in lion-tailed macaques versus in Japanese macaques or in Barbary macaques, if this was a macaque instead of a baboon. But there's another tempo of evolution called punctuated equilibrium. This is long periods of stasis that are punctuated with rapid, environmental change that, of course, rapidly selects for a new phenotype or physical characteristic. So in our left-hand side with gradualism over here, you can picture an area that's slowly getting warmer, or a forest that's slowly becoming more like a desert as weather patterns change. Over long periods of time, the critters within them will change with their environment. Whereas punctuated equilibrium, you can think of this more like with our moths and a volcanic eruption, where rapidly there's some big major disruption and species change really quickly. But then things settle down, and then the environment is relatively stable, so it stays the same, and they don't do a lot of change. Evolution is a combination of both of these things. Both of these things happen depending on the environment in question. There was this big, long debate about it over the course of the past 100 years, and my answer to a lot of these debates is, why can't it just be both? And I think that's kind of where we've settled on this. So, how does evolution occur? There's 4 central mechanisms that contribute to changing allele frequencies over time. Mutation, that's what gives you the raw material, right? This is what gives you the tricolor vision mutation, or the icefish antifreeze blood mutation, or resistance to HIV. All really major changes that occur because of relatively simple mutations. Those mutations either stay or go, depending on the environment. That's natural selection. Natural selection is pretty good, but it's not perfect. Chance events are at play too. That's genetic drift. The 3 of these things work in tandem, like a conductor of an orchestra, mandating the change or the stasis of groups of organisms within the populations that they live in. And eventually the three of these in tandem will lead to speciation unless gene flow occurs. And gene flow will reestablish connections between species. It discourages speciation, but it increases genetic diversity, and that can lead to different types of speciation down the line. So what do we know and what do we want to know? We understand the specifics now of how variation leads to minor and major population level change as well as speciation. Mutations provide the new variation for populations, but the environment will decide whether or not the variant will stay or go. That's your natural selection. The random fluctuation of alleles, your gene variants in populations, is your genetic drift, while the exchange of alleles between populations is gene flow. And that's how those mutations that we discussed last time. There were some that I wished that I wanted to hear your opinion on, but you didn't touch on much, like how a simple duplication of a gene, something that we know happens in the wild because we've observed it in the wild, a mutation of a gene, just duplicating it twice, can lead to a massive increase in the size of a very simple monkey's brain, right? Or a series of various changes that are not in and of themselves complex can remodel the pelvis. And at the same time as it remodels the pelvis, because it happens in development, the muscles are forced to change along with it. And that's how you end up with something that has a working musculoskeletal complex of the hips. It's this kind of change that changes the body plans of insects and can lead to the evolution of a limb just by changing expression patterns. And I know you're going to look into Hox genes more. That'll be really helpful for what we talk about next. That can change the expression patterns of fin development and first give you a forearm and then wrist bones and then metacarpals and then fingers. And we can make predictions about that and then turn to the fossil record to see if that happens over time. It's this kind of change that can allow for the proliferation of HIV resistance or holding your breath longer in diving groups of people or the maintenance or disappearance of extra wings or limbs. I would argue that this is very elegant and that we've demonstrated this remarkably completely using lab and environmental wild examples. Based off of what I've seen with mutations, natural selection, gene flow, and genetic drift interacting, I don't know what the limit of evolution is. To me, it seems that there's little to no limit with the type of change that can occur, from new coat colors to leg length to new proteins to brand new body plans. And those the body plan one, we're going to tackle mostly with the fossil record because we can make predictions and then check. We also know, just on the basis of brute calculus and observations of real populations of organisms, that this kind of change can happen fast, but that speed depends on how whatever characteristic that we're looking at impacts the fitness of an individual within its population. But we can succinctly summarize that with equations and boot it to the population geneticist to deal with so that I don't have to. Big changes can happen over small amounts of time depending on the traits in question. And that's always the problem that I run into when I teach evolution, is that there is no ultimate fitness. There is no trait that's always good. The environment dictates more than we tend to give it credit for. So if big changes can happen over small amounts of time, according to evolution, all we're doing is, just as we would do with physics or chemistry, we're taking that and saying, okay, how much time do we have then? Because if big changes can result in, if big changes can occur in a small amount of time, an enormously vast amount of time can result in an enormous vast amount of change. So next time, we're going to talk about the age of the Earth. And I'm going to give Will what I think is the best case that I can give, that the Earth is 4.5 billion years old and that life has been on it and actively undergoing all the processes that I just outlined here for the past 3.8 to 4.1 billion years. So, with all that being said, I know that was a lot of information. How do you feel?
Great. I've got a lot to think about. I had heard these terms before, genetic drift, gene flow, but I didn't understand them. I had never looked into them. So yeah, my mind is spinning and I'm excited to dive in.
I'm so psyched to hear that. Because you can always hear me start to get amped when I talk about some of this stuff, because it blows my mind every time I talk about it. And I think it's so exciting to get to dig into this stuff. And I feel very privileged to get to show it to you, just as I feel privileged to show it to all of the students that I have that come through at the university. So I would like to do two things. I would like to pee I'd like to get some water, and then I'd like to do these super chats. How does that sound?
Sounds good.
Awesome. Do you have to pee or are you good?
I'm good.
We can tag in and out. Okay, I'll be really fast. One sec. Hold on, I gotta mute myself so you don't hear my dogs.
Okay, I'll put the comments on if anybody wants to say something. Looks like there's some encouragement. I appreciate that. I need to drink water. I've been drinking water right here. So we're good there. All right, more encouragement. Thanks for that. Someone just asked if there was something that I found unbelievable. I don't know. Nothing's coming to me right now. Someone asked if I have a literal interpretation of Genesis. The answer is yes. Now, literal means generally literal. It doesn't mean that I take intentional figures of speech as literal, but yes, I believe that, Moses was real, Adam was real, Eve was real. So I think that's what you're asking. Someone said, Will, how did your God do it? I'm not sure what you're talking about. Okay. Will, how do you feel about the idea that evolution seems to be capable of making big changes if nothing stops it? I don't think we're there yet. At least I'm not there yet to how something would lose legs and become a creature that slithers, or go from being a swimmer to having legs, or legs to flying.
I should have kept myself muted while I was doing that. Okay, awesome. Was everybody being nice, or did we have some rabble rousers?
No, everyone's being great.
Stuff. All right, let's pull up some of these super chats. Awesome. Okay, you want to get into them, or do you want to?
Yeah, let's dive in.
All right, sounds good. Okie dokie. So, first one from Thomasaurus for $10 for the video with Dr. Dan. Humans didn't lose the ability to create vitamin C. It was the common ancestor that later proliferated into the great apes that lost this ability. Humans never had it. You guys talked about the gulo stuff. I thought that was an interesting part of the conversation. I was interested, and I think I covered this a little bit with the elephant stuff, but the way that I like to think about it and the way that I pitch it to my students is that it's like having a really big coat is nice, right? Like a coat that you can put on in the winter is good. It keeps you really warm. But if you're walking around a mall, like let's say you go in to do some Christmas shopping, you got your coat on, you walk in the mall, you're walking around and you've got that coat and you just start sweating. The environment has changed. Holding on to that coat is now detrimental to you. You're overheating. So you take that coat off, right? In genetics, that's exactly what we see when characteristics are lost. Either they become detrimental, or something that helps you even more will turn off whatever that was and cause you to leave it behind. It's never a matter of what's best. It's a matter of what's best right now.
Okay.
Okay. Petite Flowers 52.59 for $5. Erica's video about grandparents and evolution blew my mind so hard. It's 100% my favorite video on YouTube. Petite Flower, that is very kind of you to say, because that video has very few views compared to everything else. It never did very well. But I really like it because for a very long time, we thought that only humans were the only critter that underwent menopause. Because from an evolutionary perspective, it seemed like a paradox. Why would you lose the ability to have offspring? That's like the polar opposite of fitness. But when people started modeling, first of all, we looked and we found out that cetaceans, so like orcas, have menopause. Females will undergo menopause in them, which makes sense because grandmothering is a big factor, as I said earlier. But chimps will undergo menopause too. And when you undergo menopause, you're not putting any energy into trying to have kids through a risky pregnancy. Instead, you invest in your kids and in their kids. And that, genetically speaking, does more for you and causes the proliferation of genes at a much more powerful rate than does trying to have kids late in life. So for longer lived offspring, menopause starts to become really common, especially if you have kids that are like social and do better if you as the grandparent are there to help them. Okay. From Spy5765 for $5, what would each of you say to a deconstructing young earth creationist whose belief in Christianity is wavering due to this? Like, if I was so wrong about this, what else? I would say what I always say, and what I've said to Will in this conversation, which is that, and I've held to this since I started on this channel and everywhere that I've gone on YouTube and in real life and to my students, there's no reason why evolutionary theory must conflict with faith. These two things do not have to be adversarial. They don't. They're brilliant scientists that I know, that I've had the pleasure of working with, who are Christian, who are Buddhist, who are Jewish, who are Muslim, whatever. Like, these two things do not have to be at odds. So what I would say to them is, I would say, if that's where you end up, that's where you end up. That's your personal journey. But it shouldn't necessarily go hand in hand with losing the young earth creationism. That seems absurd to me.
Yeah, I agree. Number one, for me, the existence of God is something that I am extremely confident in. I would say it's one of the things I'm most confident in. And so evolution being true doesn't negate God's existence. The resurrection of Christ, which ties into the question of Christianity, is very established. The lengths people go to reject Christ's resurrection would actually throw out all of history if we applied that rigor to the rest of history. So there's a bit of an inconsistency there. But I would say that I would actually steal something from science. And when science gets something wrong and then they figure that out, they're like, that's a good thing because it's getting better. And so if a Christian believes something that's wrong and they figure out something better and change their mind, that's a good thing.
This is a very kind super chat from Jess Strauss for $20. Reading this chat makes me appreciate Erica's ability to create an open and inviting learning environment, and Will's openness and willingness to learn and share his perspective. Honestly, world needs more of this right now. I would love to take credit for that, but that's all you guys, and that's all Will. You know, I try my best to make this as open an environment for people to come and learn whatever it is that I'm talking about, and it makes me glad. And we boot jerks too. When you're a jerk, you get kicked out. So thank you. That's very kind. So Richard Owen 2 for €5. I know you've heard a variation of this message a lot, but I really have to give props to Will for actually learning about evolution. I know, and I do get that message a lot, but I know he likes to hear it, and I like to hear it because I've been doing this a long time, and I really don't. This has happened once, so I'm glad to see it happen.
Yeah, I think it's important to set an example for your kids as well. So
I think that's awesome. From Peble, I think, 72 for 750, and I don't know that currency. Regardless of whether Will changes his mind, the path he's taking requires courage. As an atheist, I have nothing but admiration and respect for him. And Erica, you're amazing. Okay. Oh, thank you. Uruguayan pesos, where Darwin heard the rumor. He did hear a rumor there about, yeah, that's true. Excellent. Thank you. And very kind words as well. Okay. From PJK9225 for $9.99, Will and Erica, if you do find yourself convinced of evolution, are you concerned about losing friendships with your community or other creationists? How has this affected your approach? I don't think this is to me.
Yeah. I'm not concerned with this too much. I actually don't think about it. I will say this from my experience in the flat earth community, they function very much like a cult. And so if a flat earther starts to doubt, or a flat earther says, hey, we were wrong, like Jaron Campanella did, they all turn on him. They all start trying to harm him and tell lies about him. And so I don't think the Christian community is going to act like a cult. So I'm not too worried about it.
I think it's helpful on that one that, even if you have this perspective, you probably share a lot more with them than you disagree. And I would also say that there are a great many people, even here on YouTube, who do the apologetic stuff and who are cool with evolution as well. From Anna the Elephant, 1937 for $5. I ask this question of Erica's guests semi-regularly. Oh, well, this is a good question. Asian elephants, African elephants, or mammoths?
Is it just asking what I like the most or something?
I think it's up to you to interpret which one you could beat in a fight.
So I don't know why, but I have an interest in mammoths. I think they're super cool. The preservation is really neat, just due to the cold nature of where they were preserved. So I like mammoths. Wish we could have one today. That would be pretty neat.
I would also love that, but I don't know. I want us to take care of the animals that we have first. I want to preserve what we've got, and then we can bring the mammoths back. From Honey and Bees 8202 for $50, $49.99. Thank you very much. This series has motivated me to go back to school this semester. That is phenomenal. Congratulations. That is going to be a blast. Thank you, Erica, and thank you, Will, for being so open. That's phenomenal. That makes it that's already worth it just for that. Have so much fun. I would love to, if I could transport back to the beginning of college, I think that I would pay a lot more attention to the subjects that didn't interest me than I did at the time. From Curious Capybara, 56.59 for $9.99. Well, I came from a younger creationist background. I was convinced of the age of the earth and evolution in college. It was a rough transition to go through. Thank you for being willing to dialogue with Erica. Respect.
Yep, definitely. We'll see what happens.
This is my guess. I think a lot of this is this would be you correct me if I'm wrong, maybe I'm off base. I would guess that a lot of it hinges on age of the earth stuff. I think a lot hinges on how old the earth is, because I think a lot of the change that we're talking about, like I said this last time, it requires a lot of time. It does. Like these major transitions, I mean, a million years is a lot of years, and a billion years is a lot more than that. But 6,000 or 10,000 is not enough time, given the processes we know now.
Right.
We'll see. From Chip Payette for $19.99, I really hope Will also follows Dr. Joel Duff, an evangelical Christian evolutionary biology professor. His work on both evolution and geology poses countless impossible challenges for younger creationism. It fits well with this series. I think you should. I think you should talk to Joel too. I think that would be fun. But up to you.
So this isn't public, but I've got an issue with Joel Duff, a personal issue that's related to science and evolution, and I'm trying to decide how to handle it. So in my opinion, he has treated me unfairly and moved the goalposts on me. He has not mentioned my name on his channel, but he has talked about me on his channel, which I also think is a little strange, but I definitely know who he is, and I hope to figure out how to reconcile this in the future.
I wonder if it would be productive, because I know you well at this point, and I know Joel well at this point, and I think that if you guys like actually had a chat, I think that you guys could resolve a lot. Because I don't know what the issue, I don't know where the issue lies. I have a suspicion, but I don't know. And so maybe if you guys could just sit down and be like, okay, what are we defining? How are we defining it? And you could say, hey, I feel like this is where the goalpost moves. Joel could be like, here's why I feel like that's not the case, or whatever. I think that'd be cool. But
yeah, I'm open.
Okay, let's see. From JMT N21 from $9.99. Will former younger creationists here seriously considering evolution will shake your social network within the church? Have you been acquainted with enough theistic evolutionists to create a safety net for you?
So I'm not acquainted with a lot of theistic evolutionists, but I'm also not too concerned. Now, the reason I'm not concerned is I'm not saying this couldn't happen to me, but I'm saying it's just who I am as a person. When I become convinced of something and I think it's truth, that holds a ton of weight for me. I actually have said in the last year to my wife that I am starting to think that truth might be the most important thing in existence. And so I hold it to such a high level that if I think something's true, that matters more to me than how other people want to treat me if they disagree. In reality, instead of doing whatever they might do, abandon me or reject me or whatever, they should just realize Will really appreciates truth. And so I'm going to try to convince him that he's wrong. That's what they should do, which would actually bring us closer together. But I can't tell someone what to do.
For $10 from Plamina for 10 Canadian dollars. I grew up with undiagnosed ADHD, so now with this content, I'm understanding my brain even better, making a lot of great connections with science, critical thinking, cognitive behavioral therapy. That's awesome. I'm super glad to hear that. In any way that this kind of stuff can help people better understand how their body works, I think that's wonderful. $10 from Rampaging Yeti. Well, last time you said abiogenesis needs a miracle. Do you think that origin of life should be abandoned as a field of research?
So it's a really good question. I would say no. I think the longer it goes on, the more obvious it is that it can't happen by itself. And so I do think origin of life is a huge piece of evidence for God. So I think that people should continue, but I do want to point something out, which I guarantee will happen. And it's definitely not accurate. And I can't give an example, but I know this happens in science, which is if someone can come up with a hypothetical scenario as to how something could have happened, it's latched onto as that's how it happened. And that's not the case, right? So theoretically, and I don't know if this will ever happen, but if they come up with a way how it could have happened, that doesn't mean that's how it did happen. So I just want people to think about that and remember that.
I think that's true, but I would push back a little bit on that because I do think that I think we agree that like predictions are the core of science, right? And not just predictions. Anybody can make predictions. Fulfilled ones are. So I think that with origin of life stuff, right, like or anything in science, if we wanted to say, all right, here's my prediction, here's what we should see, and it needs to be before you see it, right? Here's what we should see if XYZ happened. If you go out and then find that either in the lab or in the rocks or whatever, that's a massive like piece in favor of what it is of your model, right? Mm-hmm. Like you, especially when we're talking about stuff that's happened in the past that you can't build a time machine and go back and directly observe. I mean, this is classic for astronomy. It's like, okay, well, how should light bend, if it's being impacted by a black hole? You know what I mean? Like these are the kinds of things that are really important. So while I would agree that it's like showing that something is a possibility doesn't mean that that's how it went down. Mm-hmm. I think that the way that you sort of separate the wheat from the chaff from a bunch of different hypotheses is by making those predictions and then going out and showing that can or did happen, at least according to however we can measure it.
Mm-hmm. I like that.
Honey and Bees 8202 for $20. Super sticker. Thank you, Honey and Bees. That's very kind of you. Potato Splash for $19.99. In my honest opinion, you can't find much joy in evolution if every detail is a possible hidden message from God. If God didn't hide one detail in the Bible as proof, God wouldn't hide it in evolution. View and heart evolution details the same as other godly creations. Yeah, I think what they're getting at here is that they wouldn't expect God to be tinkering at every step along the way. The process would be what is put into place.
Yeah, and just to be clear, I don't think that, and I'll never argue that. So divine interventions are definitely rare throughout history, and they don't seem to have anything to do with evolution. They're like, raising people from the dead or healing people or letting people out of prison. That's now going back to like the Roman times. Those are divine interventions, not little mutations here and there.
I mean, I would imagine the theistic evolutionists that I know, I think would concur. From Thomas George for $5, Erica, have you considered reaching out to Jubilee? Would love to see a primatologist versus 20 creationists. I'm not a Jubilee fan. And the reason I'm not a Jubilee fan is because I don't think that any of that actually moves the conversation forward. And I don't think very many people learn anything. I think that it is entertainment first and foremost. And for that reason, I don't think I would ever do it. I'm never going to have a conversation if I don't think it's going to be helpful to someone. I'm not into blood sports, you know. I mean, they can be fun, I guess, but like if my goal is education, I want to do that, not have 2-second conversations with 20 different people. I just don't think it's very helpful. Okay, from Corp Craven, $10. As an atheist in evolution, I say from the bottom of my heart, with the breadth, depth, and patience of this monumental effort, you are doing the Lord's work. Thank you and God bless. I think that's to both of us, so thank you very much, Corp Craven. That's super kind.
Thank you.
From Anthrax Crab 2222 for $4.99. Question for the after show. Will, would you do a reverse lecture about Jesus in a similar way to this for me, for Gibbon?
Maybe. That would take a lot of, yeah, exactly. That would take a lot of time and effort. It's possible. I don't have a platform right now, so that's a problem. But I like the idea for sure.
I'd be happy to do something like that. I'm always willing to have my mind changed, you know. But I also, it's a lot easier for me to do something like this because, again, I've taken something that already existed and just adapted it. Like I put a lot of work into these talks, but it'd be a different story if you were making a course from the ground up, I think. So I don't expect that of you, Will. But if you wanted to do something, you've sat down with me, I'd be happy to sit down with you.
Awesome. Thanks.
Yeah, of course. Doug Meeks from 1999. Erica's patient and sympathetic towards layman creationists, so she's perfect to teach well. Not layman creationists, any layman, because that's how you learn, is that if you're a layman, if you're learning from somebody, that's how I would want someone to teach me chemistry, so that's how I try to teach evolution. Kudos to Will for being open to this. I believe Will show that evolution is viable biblically and probabilistic scientifically. I would love for that to happen, but time will tell. We have for $10 from Joe White, 4564. What connections are you making at the moment, Will? What are you learning versus your thoughts on young Earth creationism? Creationism, excuse me.
Yeah, so I'm guessing connections is just like what I'm learning. I think that's what he's asking about. And I'm definitely learning a ton. I don't want to put blame on anyone, but I can say that in my childhood, which is where I spent the most amount of time on this, I think evolution was not properly explained. I think it was strawmanned to some extent. And so, yeah, this is really good for me to actually learn about evolution from someone who's an expert in it, from someone who believes in it. I learned this, and I don't know why I didn't apply it to evolution, but I learned this in theology. What I learned in theology is that, by the way, theology is a complete disaster in Christianity right now. It's I don't even know if it's fixable, but people that disagree with each other, they learn about other theologies from people who disagree. And it's like, it's not being represented properly. It's not being represented accurately. And so you really do need to go to the source, and it's important to try to have a decent understanding before you take such a strong stance against something. So that's what I'm doing here.
Yeah, I think that's perfect. And I mean, you know, I was thinking about this before this lecture. I'm not under any delusion that you're like, oh, wow, like I'm on the edge of a total like paradigm shift personally. But what I do hope that at this point, what I do hope we have reached, and I'll just ask you point blank, do you feel like you have a better understanding of like why scientists have at least a lot of them have reached the conclusion that they've reached, like historically, like as we move step by step, like why they came to the conclusions that they did?
Yes. I do struggle with one thing, which is unfortunate because we can't change the past. And that is the censorship of people who don't buy into the paradigm, and the, I don't even know what to call it, but the excommunication of people like Richard Sternberg is a good example. It's rough. So something I learned again in the flat earth community is that censorship actually hurts. So when YouTube, doesn't show their videos or puts up a warning under there, that just makes them believe in it more, because they tell themselves the reason it's being censored is because they're trying to hide the truth. So the idea of free speech is actually way more important than people probably realize. And so anyway, it's unfortunate, but yeah, I would say yes. I'm still like, I'll tell you something right now that you're going to laugh at. Okay. But I hear people that I know you don't like say things, and I'm like, man, if that's true, like, it's so fascinating to me, but I don't know if it's true. Right. So,
Yeah.
so people like Stephen Meyer will say that behind closed doors, biologists are actually like saying evolution's probably not true. We need to come up with something better. And I'm like, man, is that really true? I don't know, because it's obviously not what's being stated in public.
I'll respond to that, because I think making connections and getting to know people is really critical towards dispelling, like, knowing scientists is really critical towards dispelling mistrust in science and mistrust in the paradigm too. Because I know that the DI guys like Stephen Meyer, Michael Behe, like a lot of these guys have been burned. Douglas Axe, same thing, by personalities and by the scientific community. And some of the reasons, for some cases, I think it's justified how that went down. And for other things, I think there were better ways to do it. Because, like, the way that I handle challenges to evolution is I just talk about them, right? That being said, you do have to meet specific standards that journals set out for things to be published. And that goes for everybody. And I say that as somebody who has attempted and also knows other people who has attempted to apply for grants and get a lot of things published. And they are ruthless to conventional science, let alone to intelligent design. So there's, I go back and forth on not back and forth. I have different perspectives depending on the situation in question. But what I can say is that when I hear stuff like that from someone like Stephen Meyer, for example, and it's true, I don't like Stephen Meyer very much, but there are creationists that I do like quite a bit and have a lot of respect for, right? Like, I really like Fuzz Rana from Reasons to Believe and Hugh Ross. Like, I've met both of them. I think they're very genuine people. I think the perspective that they're coming from is not like overly, what's the word I'm looking for? I think that they've come to it earnestly, and I think that they have good reasons from their perspective as to why they're coming at it from that perspective. Of course, they are old Earth creationists, so it's a little bit different. But when I hear someone like Stephen Meyer say something like that, and I don't hear that from the old Earth creationists, I haven't heard it from the old Earth creationists. When I hear him say something like that, I think to myself, okay, like what? That's the first thing that comes to my mind, is what problems? Because if he's privy to these problems and the scientific community is hiding them, I've not heard them, and I'm in the scientific community. So my first thought is, what are the problems? You know what I mean? Like, tell me, I want to hear what they are. And all I tend to hear is the same repetition of irreducible complexity, argument from design, which is not incompatible with evolution, and sort of rehashes of mathematical probability-based arguments whose flaws were pointed out in the 1990s, but they're being pitched with nothing changed today, right? So I'll give you a classic example. There was one that was pitched for the mathematical likelihood of, like, a specific protein evolving. And this, don't quote me on this, I think Douglas Axe did most of the mathematical stuff, but I'm not sure. But it was one of the guys who was affiliated with the DI and the Discovery Institute. And the idea is that it's like, look how astronomically unlikely it is for this specific protein to evolve. But the problem with the math is that the math was sequential. So it was the odds that one mutation happens, and then after that, another mutation happens, and then another mutation happens, and then another one in sequence like that. The math for that is completely different from, one, how we observe mutations happening, as we went over last time. Huge chunks of the DNA of the genome can change at a time, and also they happen at the same time. So you don't have, you're not like given a card that's like, hey, here's your one mutation per generation. You know what I mean? Like, mutations happen in different places all over the genome at the same time, generation to generation. So the math is incorrect to do it sequentially like that. You have to take into account that these mutations can happen in parallel. And that criticism was given then, but I've not seen and maybe it exists and I've just not seen it, for full disclosure, I'm not like big on the math for this stuff. So it's possible it's out there and I just haven't seen it. But I've not seen the math adapted to take that into account. And so that bothers me when I hear stuff like that, because I hear there's all these issues and then I say, what are the issues? And I don't see them. So I hope that you feel comfortable talking to people. And I mean, I think you are, because you're here with me and you've also talked to Dan. But I like to think that you're comfortable saying, hey, I heard this from so-and-so. Is that right? And if it's not, why? Mm-hmm. Right? Like, walk me through it, Mm-hmm. And I think, I've said this on my channel many times, and I've said this on the line too, but I think the scientific community could do a lot better of a job. Some people are really amazing at it, but a lot of it's like a black box. Like, it feels like it's high up in an ivory tower away from people and it's not accessible. But science belongs to everybody. Like, it needs, and it shouldn't be, in a perfect world, every paper would have an abstract that's broken down in layman's terms. And some papers are doing better about that. Or some journals are doing better about that. But like, for me, for example, if I want to figure out who's right on some chemistry hypothesis, I can't get an undergraduate degree in chemistry so that I can understand an abstract in a chemistry journal. You know what I mean? So I need someone to break it down. And I think every field should do that and every journal should do that. And I think that would do a lot to increase people's trust in science. Because you're right when you say it's the same with the flat earthers. If you get burned once, if there's one falsehood or mistruth, that can poison your entire perspective. And that's not been my experience with science. So I want to share that knowledge with everybody else. That's my hope.
Definitely.
From Lone Sky Hominin from 1999, happy to see you engaged, Will. A bit off topic, but proto Dr. Gibbon, that's me. I'm hoping to graduate in the spring. Have you read the paper by Jean-Jacques Hublin et al. From today? Any cool insights you might be able to give? I don't know if this is the one you're talking about because I didn't look at the lead author, but I would suspect this is the one about the new fossils from Morocco. This is a really great example of an evolutionary hypothesis that came to fruition, because out of Africa has been placing the origin of hominins, of Homo sapiens, in Eastern Africa for decades now, thanks to the genetics. Northern Africa as well, really that entire area. So but the only fossil we had was the Jebel Irhoud fossil from Morocco. So having some slightly more primitive fossils even than that in the same place, that would be what you would expect if that's supposed to be where Homo sapiens begins. You should find progressively more basal fossils there. But no, I've only read the abstract. I have not gotten through the methodology or the discussion yet. But I saw they use GM. That's what I use in my dissertation, or what I'm using. From Rosina 499 in the 1920s. Oh, I know where this is going. In the 1920s, Ilya Ivanovich Ivanov tried to hybridize chimps and humans, but the chimp womb isn't compatible. The gametes might be compatible. So I know this story. It's the same issue, and I hate to say this because I've watched a bunch of YouTube videos on it of people who have been trying to suss this out. In vitro fertilization was very new when Ivanov was working on this. He actually did it with racehorses. That was his job in Russia, if memory serves. I think he was in some Eastern European country. But it was very new. And so the way that in vitro fertilization worked is they would just put the semen in the dish with the egg and let fertilization happen. So when they were trying to do racehorse fertilization, that's how they do it. And then they put everything back into the mare. So in the same way, if you wanted to figure out if a chimp and a human could be compatible at all, it would have to be modern in vitro where the sperm can bypass the zona pellucida and go directly into the egg. And I really hope that no one ever does that. From Rosina for $4.99, does gene flow also include horizontal gene transfer? Naturally transgenic gams, in the Homer Simpson voice. I don't know the answer to that question. Does gene flow include horizontal gene transfer? Will, for the record, this is how bacteria swap genes, is sometimes they'll come up to each other and exchange portions of their DNA. It looks like yes. What I'm seeing from a basic Google search is that the answer is yes, but I'll have to look into it more because I don't know for sure. Thank you for your super chat. From Ergomeister for $20, thank you, Eric and Will. I studied phylogeny of felids, cats. It seems that the common ancestor of cheetahs and American pumas split in North America 4.9 million years ago. Then the cheetah ancestral lineage migrated from North America to Asia and Africa. That's the same story exists that you just said right here with primates as well. The oldest primate fossils that we have are also in North America. Teilhardina, I think, in Texas. But that's crazy to think about. Will, you probably know this, but do you know about pronghorn antelopes?
No.
So pronghorn antelopes are these antelopes that live in the American Southwest. They're so fast, like they're wicked fast. I'm talking like 60 miles an hour.
I apologize. People are going to look at me funny. I thought you were asking if I knew something specific about them. Like I have them in my yard.
Okay, you know them. Wonderful. So you know them.
Yeah.
So they're wickedly fast. For those of you in the audience who might not know, they're just super fast antelopes. And the reason that there's like we see them moving so fast, and people are like, what could possibly catch them? There used to be cheetahs in North America, right? Like we have fossils of American cheetahs that were the natural predators. They lived here at the same time, just tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of years ago as pronghorn antelopes. And they live in the same place as we find pronghorn antelopes today. So the idea is cheetahs. Cheetahs were the natural American cheetahs, the fossil American cheetahs were the natural predators of pronghorn antelopes. Because what could run faster than a pronghorn? A cheetah. And then we find fossil cheetahs, which is kind of cool. From Primordial Puggles for $5 Australian, super sticker. Thank you, Primordial Puggles. From Thomas Source for $5, what would a chromosome merging look like and how would it spread throughout a population? So chromosomal fusion is what you're looking at here. We see this, the argument goes is that we've seen a chromosomal fusion occur in pigs, so in suids, in equids, and in hominids. And the idea is that a chromosome merging would have to have degradation of telomeres, and then it would have to offer some kind of selective advantage or be linked to a selective advantage, and then it would spread exactly like how we went over today. Chromosomal fusions can be risky business, but chromosomal fusions don't necessarily mean that two species are infertile. We have individual species with different chromosomal numbers today that can produce viable offspring, including humans with Robertsonian translocations, which is cool. Anna the Elephant 1937 said, for $2, said, there was a right answer to my super chat question. I hope
I got it right. I got it right.
Good.
Mammoths.
Good. Industrial Dishwasher 9103 for $5 Canadian. I was napping when the stream started, missed part of it. Please be more considerate of dishwasher sleep schedules when planning streams. I'll be sure to check with you next time, Industrial Dishwasher. Thank you for being so patient with my errors like this. From Aussie Mandy, from Aussie Damians, there we go, for $5. Genuine question. Will, are you a language creationist? Tower of Babel story also in Genesis. Great lecture, Erica. Thank you.
So I don't know what a language creationist is, but I think the answer is yes. So, for example, I don't think there's any really good theories as to the origin of language. It's kind of funny. It kind of has a little bit of a parallel there with what we're talking about. I also have seen some good evidence that Hebrew is the oldest language, which I think is super fascinating. I don't know how well known that is, but what's his name? Oh, I just forgot his name. Tim Mahoney has done work on that. That is pretty fun to look at if Hebrew is the original language. But yeah, I would consider myself a language creationist if you're talking about God creating the original language and then other languages being created at the Tower of Babel.
I got to jump on you on this one, though, Will, because that's why I picked Old English as my example, because I know we both agreed that Old English, at least Old English to Modern English, did happen. I know we're on the same page. So I was like,
for sure,
do this in Latin, but we're not going to. Also, I have a buddy who's really into languages. He could probably talk to you about language ages and things like that. His name's Dapper. He's probably in the chat somewhere. Okay. But I'm not big into languages myself. We'll talk. Well, I mean, I think they're really cool. We'll talk when we talk about human behavior and other animals. We'll talk about whether or not there are the roots of languages and other critters, because evolution requires that, right? Like the origin of language needs to be something that can emerge, at least from a naturalistic perspective, unless you want to take the idea that when you're ensouling someone for the first time, language comes with it. So we'll talk about that when we get there.
Okay.
From Kevin Moses for 4201 for 5 yen, I think. Look into the evolution of snakes and legless lizards from more basal lizards that did have legs. I think that was for your how does something evolve to slither that I heard when I was in the other room.
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense to me.
We can talk about the evolution of snakes, but like I think that's usually less controversial because losing legs is a lot easier than gaining them. You know what I mean? Like get rid of them, easy, but gaining them is another story. And we will talk about how you gain legs.
Okay.
From Xandor, $5. Will, if you come to agree with evolution from a last universal common ancestor in an old Earth, how will it affect your view of the Bible? Will the change be big or small? I'm going to interrupt here. We're not talking about, from the last common ancestor. We will talk about that, but we're not going to talk about abiogenesis.
Okay, yeah. It won't affect my view of the Bible too much. It'll affect obviously my interpretation of it. The Bible contains things. So number one, if people have a negative view of the Bible, that tells me they're either unfamiliar with it or they're not objective. So set aside for a second the idea that the Bible is God's word. The Bible is like one of the most incredible pieces of work we have historically, and it contains so much wisdom in it for how to live your life. And so I actually personally think people who are not Christians or who are even atheists could get so much from the Bible, but they just throw it out. It's kind of like throwing out the baby with the bathwater. Let me say this because I know it'll make me get a ton of emails. There are things written in the Bible that would have been impossible for men to know when it was written. And that's very strong evidence that it's divinely inspired. And so, again, if I end up agreeing with evolution, and even if I end up agreeing with an old Earth, all that's going to tell me is that I misinterpreted the Bible as to what I was reading. So I'll give everybody one example if you're curious.
I was going to ask. I wanted to hear an example, so I was going to go to you. So please.
Yeah. The Bible talks about the gravitational attraction of specific constellations, which is impossible for ancient man to have known, and it gets it exactly right. So it talks about the Pleiades, and it talks about the Belt of Orion. And so I don't remember which it is. I think the Pleiades is gravitationally bound and the Belt of Orion is not. And so anyway, I'm not expecting people to change their minds right away, but it is pretty neat to find that kind of stuff.
All right. I wrote it down so I can look into it.
Okay,
for people who are wondering, Will and I do look into each other's stuff and we do email about it in the background. And eventually I'm going to separate out the, some of these and re-release them as regular videos. And I'll probably include like, hey, here's what I thought about this when we get there. But that sounds interesting. So I'll take a look at that.
Cool.
From MST3252 for $2. As a Christian and an Erica supporter, thanks. And I love your profile pic. That is an adorable macaque that you have there. I think that might be Fuscata, but I'm not sure. Thank you. From Cedar8418 for $5 Canadian, your discussion is the selection coefficient. Talk about organisms having 100 or 130 offspring. How do you calculate it for things with only one or two? That's a great question, and I don't know the answer to that question. I know it's modeled off of organisms with a lot just because, or at least we do it when we teach it, but I'm not a population geneticist. So when we teach it to students, you kind of make it down into that's not really the way of putting it. You use very easily digestible examples. I know we do model it with organisms that only produce one or two because population genetics is really tightly tied right now to conservation, and conservation efforts are really linked to like elephants and rhinos and things that have these really long generation times and also only have one baby. But I don't know the answer to that off the top of my head, so I will have to look into it. And by look into it, I mean I'll have to ask my pop gen friend Zach Hancock and then tell you later.
I want to add to this because I was thinking about this as well. There are creatures that only give birth to one offspring, and they only do it once every like 5 to 6 years. So orcas are a good example. I'm always going to bring up cetaceans because that's what I'm most familiar with. So yeah, I would like to know an answer to that as well.
I'm really excited for that because I have a whole thing on whale evolution and cetacean evolution in general that I'm very excited to pitch to you. But I will write that down. I think I think you can do it with cetaceans. Well, cetaceans have one baby. So the generation time isn't the problem. The one kid thing, I don't know the answer to. So I'll write that down.
Cool.
And I'll ask Zach about it. I would wager that it has, like, that you have to take success generation into account so that you do it across the lifespan of the organism. So like maybe they have one baby at a time, but they probably have 2 or 3 babies over the course of their life, and then you can incorporate it that way. And then you would scale it, would be on my thinking, but I don't know how you do that. So I want to give you a good answer, so I'll look into it. From Douglas Boylan 3477 for $5. As a former young creationist, I wish I had content like this when I was deconstructing. Erica's a phenomenal teacher, and Will asks great questions. Just gassing us up over there. Thank you, Douglas. That's very kind. We have giant kudos for $10. Thanks for the lesson. Do you think that Will's experience here might impact creationist communities at large? Not sure if this is being seen by an audience that already accepts evolution. My hope is that regardless of where Will ends up, that someone somewhere will find utility in having access to this kind of course online. As to whether or not it impacts creationist communities, I am aware that some of the larger organizations know about me because they have made content about me. And so I would guess that they probably know that this conversation is happening. But I don't know how it would impact creationist communities at large, other than if Will were to come out at the end and be like, wow, evolution rocks and the evidence for evolution is great, and I don't know why people don't like evolution. I'm sure someone would cover it. Someone would talk about it. But I don't know how it would go over.
I can state that other creationist channels know about this. I'm certain of that. I've heard that, directly. And I'm guessing larger organizations are familiar with it, or if not, they will be. I'm going to be with ICR later this summer at an event. I've been invited to a Discovery Institute event. So I think definitely word's traveling pretty fast.
That doesn't surprise me. And, you have to assess all of that stuff on your own. Like I said, this is not, I talk very little. I mean, there's a little bit of stuff with creationism here and there, but mostly, like, if this was meant to be a creationism debunking session, that's what we would be talking about. But I'm trying to explain what evolution is. And I would invite those, here's my invitation for anybody who does not like this or disagrees with what I said. Feel free to critique it and tell me where I'm wrong, and then I'll be less wrong in the future. From Meteor 4003 for $5. Will, can you voice and touch on some of your early macroevolution questions while they're on your mind here, if Erica is willing? Please, That'd be great. I can write them down.
Yeah, so I think we just covered this a little bit, but I mentioned some of the big ones, which is going from, fish to legs to wings, legs to slithering, those, really significant body plan changes.
Big brain and walking upright in humans, probably feathers from scales, if that's something. Going back to the ocean with cetaceans, that's another big one.
Mm-hmm.
So those are, I didn't have the slithering on there though, so that's on there now.
Okay.
I mean, I'll tell you too how it's structured in advance. I'm structuring this like how we would investigate it scientifically, which is, what does evolution predict? Where do we find that prediction? And if that prediction is where that prediction is made ahead of time, what do we say we should see? And then do we find that? And when I say do we find it, I mean like for the transition from being on land to being in the sea, or vice versa, right? You don't just need to find the fossils that seem to show that transition, like something in the middle, like a transitional fossil. You also need to find the genetic changes that could produce that type of change. You see what I mean? So you have to link them together. Can it happen theoretically? And did it happen when we look at the fossil record? And the case that I'm going to make is that if you can show both of those to be the case, you have a really, really solid support or model for the evolution of that organism. And asking for support beyond those two things, I don't know, shy of recreating it literally in a lab, which, as we said, would be impossible for something like cetaceans, or building a time machine. You can't do better than that. That's where I'll be going with that.
Okay. Could you also cover wings to no wings?
Flightlessness or like total loss?
Total loss.
Okay.
Thanks.
Yes. I think that'd be like kiwis and moa birds that they don't have anything at all, or they have like little nubs. From Ahmed Sami for 10 Canadian dollars. Will, I really admire your bravery and openness. You seem like a great person to have a conversation with as well. And Erica, thanks a lot for the lessons. That's all you. You're welcome. $2 from Anna the Elephant. Mammoths are correct. Yes, we established that, Anna. Thank you. From Angelfish8219 for $5. I can hear you clear your throat even when you mute. Maybe wrong mic. Also, thank you, Will, for your willingness to learn so we can all learn. Oh man, I hope it's not the wrong mic. That is gonna make me really mad. I hope that's not true. Maybe I just forgot to mute myself one of the times.
You sound good, but I have noticed when you touch your mic, we can still hear you.
Oh no. Wait. Oh no, it's the wrong mic. Oh, the audio quality is gonna be so bad. Okay, I'm gonna have to like process that in post. I don't even know why I have this here at this point. But no one complained about the audio. I don't know. Tell me, did I sound okay?
You sound fine to me. You sound
okay.
Fine to me.
Fingers crossed then it's not going to be horrible. Gray Image 5335 for $10. Macroevolution seems easier than microevolution. Macro, build a Lego set, add or change a brick, write it in the instructions. Micro, make a new kind or color of brick. I agree with you some of that, but I disagree. I think it depends on the change. So I think it depends. Cheetah X for €10. Course continuation fund. Also, this is completely off topic. But since Will brought up evidence for the resurrection, please reach out to Apologia.
Okay, so I already have a bit of a history with Apologia. I have had multiple conversations with him. I would go on his channel if anybody wanted to arrange that. I actually like the guy. What do I want to say about Apologia though? Yeah, I like the guy, and I would have a conversation with him. I did talk to him about a point that I made earlier, which is the lengths we have to go to try to deny the historicity of Jesus Christ. If we applied that to the rest of history, we'd have to throw it all away. His response to me was, "I do not care." That's almost an exact quote. So anyway, yeah, happy to have a chat with him.
I would watch that. I think that would be cool. From Ray Cosby for $5. Will, does the founder effect give you a little pause on design, i.e. how if you lower the population, a modification can take hold?
Not yet, no. But I learn most when I rewatch our session and start to look into things and really digest it. So we'll see.
Yeah, email me. I was going to say text. We don't have each other's phone number. Email me or send some kind of signal via the planes or something, a passenger pigeon, if you want any of the links, because some of these papers are behind paywalls that I reference. So let me know if you need them, because I have access to them through school.
All right.
Okay. From .vhs for 50 PLN currency. Will, I once or twice sent you an email related to the fossil record. You replied to me, thanks. During the final experiment, when I found out you're a creationist, it's amazing that you're doing this. I have faith in you.
Great. I don't know who you are, but I do get a lot of emails. I try to respond to as many as I can. If anybody wants to email me, it's thefinalexperiment2024@gmail.com.
For $5 from Nicoli, based on all the people I know in the scientific field, I always say that scientists are too argumentative and blunt to all agree on the same lie. LOL. I think this is in reference to like everybody knows that evolution is not true secretly and something like that. I would concur with that, and I would also add that, and I can only speak to my own field, but in my field, it is the name of the game is disproving somebody else, right? I mean, it's like everybody gets along pretty well, but the whole point is that it's like if you could show that this was BS and get into why, like your career is made. People have made their careers in science by disproving ideas. So if someone wants to come, if you know the secret as to why evolution is nonsense and you want to blow the lid off of it, I would say go for it. I will tell you this, Will. As for the censorship thing, I've been pausing on that more lately because a creationist that I know here online, Sal Cordova, he gave he gave a presentation, a creationist presentation at an evolution meeting just this year.
I heard about that. Yeah.
Yeah, I
That's
didn't.
fascinating.
I haven't seen it because it's on. I think it's on Zinc Fingers, and I don't know anything about that.
Mhm.
But you know, he, you should reach out to him, and I don't think he would say he felt censored on that because he
Okay.
just put his abstract in, and it was like I think he gave a talk. Like I don't think it was a poster or anything.
Yeah, that's cool.
Okay, from Monkey See Monkey for 199. Young Earth equals weak God, same as flat Earth. No.
I apologize. I don't understand the logic here. If God creates something, all we're talking about is time. So, sorry, this just doesn't make logical sense to me. If God creates something, whether it's young or old, is just a matter of how much time has elapsed. So it doesn't make him weak. It's kind of out of his control.
I would wager they're arguing, I don't know this for sure, but I would wager they're saying that it's like it's more, it takes a lot more to create a perfect mechanism for maintaining life, which we don't have any evidence that I know of that life has started multiple times. Like everything from I know is that it's common descent of a last universal common ancestor. And so in that way, evolution is a perfect mechanism for maintaining life on this planet and keeping it adapting and adapting well. So I think what they're saying here is it would be a more elegant design to say, I'm just going to put this program into place that perfectly keeps life ticking as compared to having to tinker or which you don't buy anyways, or creating them and letting them run, which is why I think this Age of the Earth thing is going to be really where the rubber meets the road as far as where everything that we've talked about previously lands for you. From Snoopy 9643 for $100 Australian. Thank you so much. We need another Gutsy Gibbon Lindsay Nicole crossover event. I think Lindsay's really cool, so I'd be happy to talk with Lindsay about anything prehistoric, and I know we'd have a blast. From Monkey See Monkey for $199. Gutsy, this is me. Yeah, I did debate.
You did?
I did. Yeah.
Really? I did not know that.
Will, it was a catastrophe. It was a catastrophe. I have never in my life had a debate like hit the fan so quickly. I mean, that guy is a wild dude. He was like...
Was it on MPD?
It was. Yeah. You can find it pretty easily. I know it's out there.
What was the topic?
It was evolution, but it became flat Earth. Like it was evolution, but it became flat Earth because it always boils down to flat Earth.
Right, that's right.
I think at one point he said, I am not on board with your globe head space monkey religion. And I was like, I don't even know how to respond to that.
Wow.
It's not my best performance. I used to do debates all the time here on YouTube, and that I would rank that very low because we didn't really get to talk about anything. Like it was not great. But feel free to watch it and give me your perspective. From Adam Galliot, 9063 for 15 MYR dollars. Yo, I love you guys and what y'all do. My favorite YouTubers. Keep up the good work. May God bless you, Will. May Darwin evolve you, Erica. Okay, come
That's
on,
funny.
take it easy. Then his gets to be like perfect, and mine is like rigged together with duct tape and jumping jeans. From Anthrax Crab 2222 for $9.99. Will, what do you think of species that, for lack of a better word, look like living examples of missing link type animals? A mud skipper is basically midway between a fish and a frog, and the three-toed skink is lizard to snake.
So I'm not familiar with these creatures you're talking about, but I can address the question generally. It was actually Sean B. Carroll again. He talked about genetics being like Legos and how, it's the same Legos, but they're arranged differently in different creatures. Now, again, we see things through the lens of what we believe. And so when I heard him say that, I hear design. I hear, like somebody writing a book, right? And they've got these letters that they can use, and they organize them to write this book. And then if they want to write another book, they organize the same letters differently and write a book. So I see the potential for design and God saying these are the building blocks, the Lego, so to speak, that I'm going to use, and then creating all these different creatures with the same building blocks. That's kind of where I'm at.
I can see that perspective, and like I've had the common design conversation. We're gonna have it more. I know we will. But I always come back to this, and I hope that you'll keep this in mind because I forgot a housekeeping thing. I forgot to tell you guys. We're gonna end this series with a discussion. The very last thing we do is just gonna be talking about everything from the past year, where we agree, where we disagree, stuff like that. And so this is going to come up there at the very least. So I'm giving you a heads up. I'm going to ask you this at the end. How do you tell the difference? How do you tell the difference between design via Legos and what God allows to adapt, right? Because again, it goes back to you and I, there's no doubt in my mind that we agree that those two pocket mice populations with just a different coat color, same species. And that kind of change can evolve, right? Or an adaptation, if you will. Same thing with a lot of the examples that we talked about. I don't think we have a lot of problems with that. So then my question for you would be, when we sequence their genomes and we look at the kinds of change that allows for that kind of adaptation, how do we tell the difference between that kind of thing that happened naturally, for lack of a better word, and where the design is necessary? That's going to be my question for you at the end.
That's a good one.
From Rosina, 199, citation needed. Wow, that's
funny.
Thank you. Notice how neither of us are laughing, though.
I saw it earlier and I laughed earlier.
Okay, I don't believe that. I think you're giving them lip service. Lone Sky Hominin for 999, Erica, I'm also curious. I've been looking into early Miocene ape premolars. Do you have any suggested directions for me to look into just to expand my search by someone far more knowledgeable than me? Yes, here's your starter. Small Catarines of the Miocene by Terry Harrison from 1988. I think it's 88. Wonderful diagrams that you get of all of the dentition for all of these early Miocene apes. And it's your starting point for how those then change as compared to the prior critters that the prior stem anthropoids, or excuse me, stem catarines that have the canine P3 honing complex. That's really important and big. Start there. It's a really good paper. One of my favorites. We have Eric Nicholson for $5. Can you loose the cords of Orion implies that it's bound. Oh, okay, they're talking about your example from earlier, which is the opposite of the claimed coincidence. The Bible is great literature.
Yeah, so God is talking to Job and he's stating what he did to Job. And he's asking Job, can you do the things that I did? So that's your interpretation is backward.
For 999, this is kind of what we talked about earlier. I would love for this conversation to happen because I hold Joel in very high regard. So it would surprise me if he was intentionally trying to move goalposts, but that's y'all's deal. So from Doug Meeks for 999, well, you should check out Joel Duff to hear a good theistic evolutionist who has a high view of scripture and refutation of young earth creationism. We have Kent, just to say, we're not ignoring your question. We just talked about it earlier. From Kent Logan 9889 for $4.99. Appreciate the dialogue. Hashtag PK official. I don't know what that is, but thank you. From Jack Y Kong for $10. I really want to commend that Will is actively answering quiz questions. It speaks to a genuine engagement that is really rare in talks like this. I want to commend Will on that too, because I've had semesters where I've asked students those questions, crickets. And there's like 30 of them in there somewhat, and they know it. I know they know the answer. They just don't want to speak up and say it because it's like not cool or whatever. So yes, I do commend Will. And I will say, I probably should have said to you before this time and also before last time that I was going to like spring that on you because I didn't want you to feel like I was trying to like quiz you or something. I know that can be kind of stressful. I like the dialogues. I was hoping that, and you got them all right. So
no, please continue. It helps me learn.
Okay, good stuff. Ray Cosby for $10. Will, have you considered Job is like it is about Pleiades because of Greek mythology? Okay, that's a hard sentence to read, but I think he gets the idea. Because of Greek mythology, but would have been different if the Israelites were neighbors of China. Okay, I think
I don't. Yeah, it's okay. I don't fully understand, but I'm not. Yeah, I'm really not sure what you're talking about with Greek mythology. So, if you want to email me, I'll try to respond.
Ray, feel free to. I know, Will. Do you have the chat open, right? Or do you?
Yes, I do.
Okay. If Ray, feel free to clarify if you want, and Will can come back to it. I'm over in StreamYards, but hopefully that'll work. Potato Splash for $4.99 got to give in my comfort video is your every living, breathing creature. Can't wait to see what the consensus charity is. Will's charity. So we're gonna each pick our own. I really like Will's. Will's is really cool. I looked into it myself. It's called Exodus Road. If anybody wants to look into it, there are so many charities out there. It's hard to tell which ones are like legit and which ones aren't. Unfortunately, that's the world we live in. But Exodus Road passes every bar. It's a really good charity that focuses on pulling people out of human trafficking. But I haven't picked mine yet, and so we're gonna pick them and then divvy up the funds. And I'll post the receipts here in a community post so that everybody can see them. From Tycom for $10, can someone throw a link to the WITS debate in the chat? Also, thanks for the stream, Gutsick and Will. I know you can find that if you just Google it or YouTube search it. It is, to my knowledge, no one has removed it. I didn't ask to remove it, at least. Okay. From Blackmore, I'll tell you what, actually, if I remember, I will put it at a pinned comment on this live stream, if I remember, which might not happen. From Blackmore 278 for $10, in the cheetah conservation example, how do you introduce more diversity to a bottleneck species without relying on random mutations over time? That's a great question. So you have two sources to actually get that variation back. A little bit of it you can get through this roundabout process in recombination, but other than that, you're mostly relying on those random mutations. Fortunately, mutations are clockable, right? Like when I say you're relying on random mutations, what I mean is this. We can't help it. Every generation, there are mutations, right? This is how you come up with a mutation rate for any given species. Generation to generation, you can sequence the genomes, you can look at highly variable areas and see how they change. I don't know off the top of my head what the cheetah mutation rate is. I wouldn't even begin to guess, but those mutations that we're talking about here are going to, on their own, accumulate over the years. Some of them will happen in functional regions. Some of them will be in non-coding DNA. Some of it is doing important stuff. Some of it's not, whatever. But it is going to accumulate if they can survive for long enough. You just got to hope that the environment doesn't drastically change before then, because they don't have very much variety and they're not very resistant to change at present. Okay, last one. Ray cost me for $2. Will, but it's a belt. It's fashion, not gravity.
I think that's a joke.
All right. That is the last super chat that I can see. Let me double check over here just to make sure. Solid. Okay, awesome. That's the end. So, folks, thank you so much for being here. Will, do you have anything that you want to say before we sign off? Because I know I've held you here for 4 hours and 15 minutes.
Yeah, no problem. Someone asked me to put my email in the chat. I tried, but it was blocked for some reason. So I'll just say it again.
Yeah.
It's thefinalexperiment2024@gmail.com.
Awesome. Okay. If that's it, I want to thank everybody again for being here. We don't have a date set for February next, but it'll be sometime within probably the first week of February. We're going to be talking about the age of the Earth. That's going to be a big one. I think it's an important one. I'm going to work through the geology of it, pass it by some of my geology friends. And, I know that this is going to be an area where Will and I are going to disagree a lot. And so I hope that it's going to be a very fruitful discussion. And if it's anything like the previous 3, then it will be. So I'd like to thank you guys from the bottom of my gentle and modern heart for being here, for being such a curious primate. And I'll see you real soon next time. I'm going to end the stream. Hold on, I'm ending it. End the stream. Let's